Yes. Do I have shit on my... I do have weird shit in my beard. That's frustrating. Okay. I think we're good now. We're going to posture check ourselves. We only have 4 people to go today, one of whom is still an hour out, but that is totally fine because we have other people we can do. So I'm going to grab the order first and foremost. I'm going to type the order into chat. And I do believe none of these names are like hard doxing. All of those look like usernames to me. What's up, Very Titan? Hello, Gander, my son. How are you doing today? Hold on. My coffee's dangerously full. Fuck, I just spilled it. Okay. Everyone, the stream's being closed. The stream is canceled. This is going to ruin the fucking tour. Shades Corners, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub, my friend, for the 2nd month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. Gander, if you crave violence, I don't know, go on Brawl, play Gruul. What's up, Spellbreaker? No worries about that, my friend. Thank you for coming by to say hello in the first place. I'm going to try to raise my coffee for the 2nd time. Pretend I'm saying good, normal, functional things about Dex and encouraging Infect. I was wondering why I heard 2 Malds. Jarther, that's... I'd talk to a doctor about that, buddy. Guess who got a 50-cent raise just in time for their phone bill to go up $30? I love capitalism! Just wait till you hear about rent, dumbass. Do red rituals count as fast mana to you? I'm just asking because I know things like Soul Ring and Mana Vault do. Lovely! I wondered how long it was going to take for us to hit the vamping section. We're already in it. Okay, so let's talk about fast mana and the spectrum that it exists on. I think we need a whole new... Damn, this has got to be one of my best slides. I've seen Celesia. I've not seen a full deck for them. Oh, thank you, Silly Rabbit. I appreciate that. Okay, so spectrum of fast mana. We'll add in a little Kirchu. I think, obviously, at the top end... We'll just do like a line. Just do a long line. And we need Scryfall for this as well. It's not as bad, in my mind, if your mana goes away at end of turn. I saw someone else in chat call that Chaos Mana. I kind of like that name. For me, it's not as bad if the mana goes away at the end of a turn, and it's not a permanent advantage. They can still be pretty powerful depending on how good they are, on how much mana they produce, but that also depends on how much mana they cost. Like the scale of how good spells are. Things that are 1 drops, 2 drops, not particularly strong in Magic the Gathering. Or the people that are like, okay, this is like the best 1 drop you could play versus the best 3 drop you could play, or the best 4 drop you could play. So what I'm building up to with this is things like Mana Geyser. Yeah, it's fast mana, but it's chaos mana. It goes away at the end of the turn. And if like you got to 5 anyway, and you're buying that fast mana based off the lands your opponents have, I don't like... People might go like, oh, god damn it, when you cast the spell. But if anybody's trying to be like, Mana Geyser's fucked up on a theoretical or intellectual basis, that person is crazy butthurt. Versus, if you do like... Versus Chaos Mana, even if it's not in red, that you're sticking on turn 1... This means you can do turn 1 Necropotence. Or even if you're playing at like lower power and you're like, oh, necropotent's too good. Me no like necropotence. Necropotent's scary. You can still do like turn 1 Phyrexian Arena, which is just, this card is like straight up pretty okay. Crazy fucking turn 1. Right? Every turn of this commander game I'm going to draw 2 cards, and that's only really enabled by fast mana. So I am more suspicious of the fast mana the lower the casting cost is. It's not as bad. It's not nearly as bad as fucking Soul Ring. Because Soul Ring is there all the goddamn time. This puts you permanently ahead of curve. Chaos mana, we've now successfully plagiarized it. Chaos mana, again, much less hateable, because you get ahead of curve for 1 turn, and you probably get to play 1 pretty good spell, and then you're back on the same curve as everyone else. Versus if you do a Soul Ring, you played 3 fucking lands turn 1 with 2 cards. You played 3 goddamn lands. Like, depending on how pip hungry your deck is, like how color intensive your deck is, maybe Soul Ring's like actually not as good for you as it is for other people. But for a ton of decks, Soul Ring is just, with 2 lands, with 2 cards, I've played 3 lands. And yeah, as Helios is saying, ephemeral resources, they're just not as, like, being able to play 1 good spell is so much weaker than being able to play a better spell than everyone else for the rest of the game. Exploration, so things like exploration and how do those fit in? So let's start placing things on this spectrum. So we go at like the top end. I'm going to say this is where like Mana Crypt, right? This is some of the most fucked up fast mana you can get. It is a 0 drop, get 2 additional mana. Fucking right below it, bro. Right fucking below it is Soul Ring. I hate these 2 cards. I hate these 2 cards very, very much. Down at the bottom, I'm going to say this is where Mana Geyser goes. Still fast, but you earned it. Go off, King. Oh, hold on. The line didn't come down. So for Mana Geyser, it's like, yeah, you did it. We let you get there. Go ahead. For things like exploration, I'm going to put them pretty far down. They might even be closer than this, because the thing with exploration is, even though we all hate lands, right? I hate lands very much. I hate ramping. Fuck all these dirty, naughty rampers. Exploration, you still have to commit all of the cards. And so if you do exploration and you do 2 land drops a turn, or you do burgeoning and you do a land drop every time your opponent does a land drop, these cards are normally predicated on you need something like Tatyova to make this work. If you do not have Tatyova, if you do not have AC, if you do not have something that can convert your land drop into card draw, burgeoning or exploration will put you like a little bit ahead of curve quickly, and then you will just run out of fucking cards to play. Versus things like Soul Ring and Mana Crypt are a bunch of mana on a permanent that only takes 1 card. And then when it comes to... And then I think all the other rituals begin to fall in the middle here. Like, I think Dark Ritual... Dark Ritual tends to be... I think Dark Ritual is like Schrodinger's fast mana. Because are you Dark Ritualing for Necropotence? Are you Dark Ritualing for fucking Dark Confidant? Are you Dark Ritualing for Phyrexian Arena? But things like Dark Ritual, I struggle to think of a black deck that would not be willing to run Dark Ritual. Like, Dark Ritual is probably good in every single deck that can run it. Exploration, as much as like the green players are little shitheads, I legitimately don't think this is good in every deck that can run this. And so that's why I put it kind of lower on the how much I hate it spectrum. Because Dark Ritual is just always a fucking banger. Exploration, Burgeoning, you usually have to, like, your deck has to be built around that, and you can blow out a deck that is built around an extra land drop effect like this relatively easily compared to just like Grixis whatever. Yeah, I mean, Raven, like turn one Ayara. Now, the point where Exploration and Burgeoning get way, way worse is if you're playing with blind people. If you're playing with blind people and nobody is willing to get rid of whatever the like big good landfall trigger is that they're benefiting off of, you're totally fucked. If you're playing into a deck that is like, oh yeah, I'm a landfall deck, I'm in Simic, I'm in Gruul, and then they play like, if they do Exploration and then their next turn they go Tireless Tracker pass, and everyone's like, yeah, that's cool, hey, you're fucked, right? Okay. Our bad, guys. It turns out you're all completely and totally fucked now because nobody can read Magic cards or identify what good Magic cards are. Introspective Trash, thank you for the Prime sub for the 11th month in a row. She mauled on my deck till I'm hounding. I mean, Rose, Gaia's Cradle's fucking stupid. We never should have made Gaia's Cradle. And then Shades, I see you have an hour. We're going to hit the manual ad break. God damn it. It hit the manual ad break for us. I mean, Pharmacist, it's not as good as Tatiova, but this is an example of a card where this is going to, like, fix things. This is going to fix things for a deck that is on, like, Burgeoning or Exploration. And if you don't interact with this card and then you go, like, holy fuck, Exploration is so broken. Yeah, man. So's Cultivate. Shit. Shit. Yeah, all of the lands that tap based on how many of permanent have was fucking stupid. If Gaia's Cradle was a different color, would it be more or less balanced? I think it depends on the color. I mean, the problem is, like, Magic has gone so Taco Bell that every color can do dipshit token generation and do something with the, like, million floated mana. So I'm not even, like, that confident that you'd be like, oh yeah, give it to blue, and then ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way they're gonna... I think in, like, pre-con level decks, you can get more out of an Exploration than a Soul Ring. I'll say it. I mean, yo, pass me the pipe, brother. What the fuck are we talking about? Exploration is better. So if you're saying pre-con level in the sense of I've built a tuned landfall deck without extremely powerful cards, I believe that very specific. I believe that very, very specific hypothetical. If you're saying, like, in precons or even in the average deck, you're crazy fucking wrong. Every like average bracket 2 deck that plays Exploration just straight up does not have the card draw. Just straight up does not have the card draw for this card to work how they want it to. Versus every deck has the greedy ass curve that a Soul Ring will just fix on the spot. Like, so many decks, when they... Let's just go to, like, a random one. Am I on here? Damn. They don't sponsor me. Damn, that's crazy. All right, I got some calls to make. Hold on. You didn't get Moxfield yet? I have been fucking hate posting about Architect for 2 weeks, Greg. What the fuck are you talking about? We don't have Moxfield yet. Oh my fucking god, they're with quarter 2. Bro, I will send over the analytics right now. I swear to God. You get me on the phone with Tyler. We have to fix this shit, Greg. Okay. Perhaps if you logged into your Moxfield from time to time, you'd be sponsored. Shit, maybe. Shit, that might do it. Okay, so let me just grab like a random commander deck. Dude, I'm a pirate, I don't care. Look at this Soul Ring ass curve. Turn 1 Soul Ring, whole deck's open. This is actually crazy responsible. Kudos to this player. This shit's crazy responsible on mana. Bomb. Here we go. Look at this shit ass deck. You telling me Soul Ring doesn't save this thing? Tell me Soul Ring doesn't save this thing? And then Trash hit me with the rant. We can bring up spoilers in chat, I'll say. Because we've had spoilers in decks that got reviewed. What the fuck is up, Chimera? Welcome to the stream. So yeah, Alex, you can bring up spoilers. Do you actually think that Primeval Titan is that good of a card that it needs to be banned? I will own my bias and say I think that the level of Magic the Gathering that is currently played can accept Primeval Titan, but I want him to stay banned because I hate the fucking lands players. I hate lands, bro. I hate a motherfucking deck that is like, ooh, look, I did this special thing to benefit off my land drop. Aren't you proud of me? Bitch, you get a benefit. It's called tapping the land for mana. You stupid shithead. Like, I think you could, this is not a hot take. This is like a stone cold take. This is my leading guess for thing they just move on to the Game Changers list and unban. Like, I think they, nah, fuck them, Fairy Dragon. But what, like, if they move any card off the banned list into Game Changer and they're just like, fuck it, leave it in bracket 4, it's gonna be this one. It's gonna be this one. Oh yeah, it would be it would be fucking ridiculous in Henzi. Price of Field of the Dead just goes through the fucking ceiling as soon as you put this card back in. Between this and Cultivator Colossus, this I feel is more fair. Bro, tell me you have never made it out of Arena Gold on the ladder without telling me. So, like, the thing about... So, big difference, right? From hand, if you do, draw and repeat this process. If you want this to keep hitting, you need an incredibly high concentration of lands in your deck, right? You need to have a shitload of lands in your deck if you want to just draw through the whole deck. And even if you do, you get one really big guy. Primeval Titan, notably, does not say basic. As soon as you see a land tutor mentioned and it does not have the word basic on it, call the police. Call the fucking police. There are still combos you can do with Cultivator Colossus that get pretty bullshit, but Cultivator Colossus notably almost always needs a really fucking good setup piece to make them crazy. Like the one that Lore just mentioned, if you play Abundance, then you play Cultivator Colossus, yeah, you fuck up everybody. If your table was not already looking sideways at Abundance, and does not have removal for either of these pieces when Abundance comes down, or when Cultivator Colossus comes down on top of Abundance, like, yeah, you got there. You played 2 extremely expensive spells that were obviously very threatening, and nobody responded at sorcery speed. You get to win the game. That is the level that Magic's currently at. Primeval Titan, if you have anything but a counter spell, you get fucked. Anything but a counter spell, you just get shit on. You got sorcery speed removal? Damn, that's crazy. I've already gotten the non-basics. You cannot kill me in any way that matters. The tamest thing you can do. The white people spicy version of Cultivator Colossus is like, oh no, I have Field of the Dead. Ooh woo. What I really, really don't want to happen, I think the worst thing that could happen, and this was something before I filmed my video about the commander bracket, I was thinking of this as something that would be good, and now the more that I've thought about it, I think it would be really bad and horrible, is if they made a bracket that was like super game changer and said, oh, this is only bracket 4, or if you want to make a bracket 3, this can be your only game changer. I worry every night that they're going to put primetime on that fucking list. And it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad for the world. It's going to be bad for the ecosystem. We're going to have fucking Frank the horny goat just trampling all over everybody. Ben of some trades, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Exotic Show, hit me with that rant request. But first and foremost, we need to hit now. Okay, now that they did the 1 automatic ad break, now we have to hit the manual ad break and then do Shades list. Rose Raid TV, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Welcome to the dog home. Rant request, Tempting Wurm and Clones. Yeah, I did, Alec, man. Okay, so by and large, I tend to not do rants that are like specific cards or talk about my combo. I'm going to expand this to a broader topic. For those of you who have not played with this shit-ass worm, this is like this is the type of group hug where you're not even trying to win the game anymore. This says, I play this, everybody puts as many permanents as they want onto the field. And this person asked about, what if I did this with clones? At that point, like, just ask people if they want to put some music on and dance. That is the activity we're doing. I'm not going to talk about like drugs or anything, because I think even though that it's probably the more apt comparison, I think it's really bad to joke about drugging your friends. This is like, hey, fuck this game of Commander. What if I flipped the table, put some goddamn Sir Mix-a-Lot on, and we just hung out? I think this probably worked better 10 years ago. This was probably drop dead hilarious 10 years ago, and today this is just like, hey, I did want to kind of play Magic, and now you let Keith put down a fucking Emrakul. It's the type of thing where I will tell you, it's funny if you play it in fewer than 10% of your games. If you attempt to bring this up any more often than in 10% of your games, I'm going to fucking get you. I'm going to fucking get you. Like, I've never had... Maybe this is the better way to put it. I've played games against these type of decks where the person was like, surprise, guys, I'm not here to win or add anything interesting to the game. I'm here to reward whoever built the deck with the least responsible curve imaginable. Aren't I funny? And then they play this and somebody else becomes the archenemy by virtue of they kept a super greedy first hand. Those games can be funny. The run back has not once been funny in my entire life. It is not once in my entire life ever been a situation of, Holy shit, that was ridiculous. Let's shuffle up and go again. Anytime I have played against a deck like this, if it goes well, it's been... can we leave? We can leave now, right? We don't have to stay here? We get to go home? So it can be funny, has to be managed extremely, extremely carefully. I think this is like the least interesting of the fucked up group hug things you can do with it. And then Trash, can you copy paste your rant or I'll... Whitebread, we're probably not going to get to your rant because we have to start getting into decks because Shades needs to leave in 40 minutes. And so we don't have time to just... We do not have as much vamp time as we typically do. Trash, I'm scrolling back through. Okay, here it is. How do you feel about yet another green, do the most bare minimum thing possible, play anything you want card in Aether Drift? Are we talking about Nissa? Is this a thing about Nissa again? Because fuck this Nissa. In every sense of the word. I like... This one... No, Ovia. Oh. Yeah, this one doesn't... Yes, Alec, I did. Yeah, this one, I mean, this is still stupid. But this does not activate my brain sickness in the head. If anything, at least it gives these fucking green players a thing to do other than continue to look at their toys. Is Nissa even still alive in the current canon? She has to be. She has an Aether Drift card. But this is just like so whatever. I do appreciate any green player that sits down at the table and just like tells me from rip like, hey, I don't have a personality. Hey man, like I go home, I eat bland chicken and rice every single day to still look like an overweight middle schooler because I never figured out how to lift weights because that would have involved talking to another human being for longer than 5 seconds and I just couldn't bring myself to do it. So I'm gonna play Ovia. Have you guys heard of this crazy card named Concordant Crossroads? And that, okay, cool, you have. Shit, I guess you guys also watch the Command Zone. Okay, well, I'll play Ovia, I'll tap her Emrakul. Oh, you guys aren't clapping, fuck. Okay, well, Concordant yeah, Command Zone video. I'm gonna swing Emrakul. YouTube told me this was funny. And then they go home to their fucking unseasoned chicken and rice, and then they go to bed. But I legitimately like the trample. I like that it is, I think that, I think versions of this that don't have trample, or it needed trample to keep up with all the other bullshit other people were doing. Because if you do this and you flop out a big giant creature and then you don't give them trample, that does actually become like too bad for green. Then we have a personal question from Gilmain. Would you want Nicol Bolas to return in a set? Yes. Free my guy. We are D1 haters in this Twitch chat. We love Nicol Bolas Dragon God. Free my guy. He did that shit, but I was rooting for him anyway. I couldn't decide between like doing a salute and doing a fist bump, and so I hit myself in the chest. AM Wegener, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. And then we have a random smasher pass. Yeah, murderous three-way, who wouldn't? Smash. Yeah. Easy. Okay, let me scroll down. Jace is bringing him into the lore in Dragonstorm, apparently. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Okay, let me grab the rest of the order to see if everybody else is here. The only person we should be missing is Ha420 weed number. So, Shane, I know you're here. You're going first. Vax Rung, if you're here, please sound off. One's 420 weed number. Oh, you are here. Okay. Then Makiru, please sound off. Vax Rung, please sound off. And we are otherwise good to get started. Can't leave characters off the table. Yeah, I mean, dude, when Watsy's already getting into their plushie game with Fox Jace, we're all fucked. No character is ever dying again in this game. We have another random Smasher Pass. Hell no. Quite frankly, hell no. Hell no. A friendly reminder that Bolas' spark ignited solely because he was being a petty kid having a tantrum that his brother ignited his. Yeah, that's based as fuck. I'm sorry. Did I misunderstand what it means to be cool as shit? Okay. Pretend it was somebody you were already okay with. Pretend it was somebody that you were friends with in real life. And you all saw Superman walk down the street. And you were all like, oh my God, holy shit, it's Superman. And your friend goes, holy shit, that's my brother. That motherfucker has superpowers, and then he goes Super Saiyan. That is real. That is real as hell. That is real hater shit. That is Vegeta shit. We support that man in this house. Bro saw somebody else living a better life than him and was like, nuh-uh. We are handling this right now. We are handling this right now. Give me my powers. Islor, we're not going to do your rant because we have to get to Shades. We have to get to Shades roast because otherwise they're going to have to leave for work. So let me go to the queue. All right, Lore and Whitebread, you have been refunded. Hold on. Was Trash hating on fucking Hashatan? Orion the 11B, thank you for the second month with that Prime sub, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Deserve with that based eval, thank you. I'm glad we all fuck with Bolas. I'm glad we are the Bolas brothers in this chat. The Kingdom in Ashes, thank you for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Oh, Trash was saying Hashatan is not as BS as Ovia, which is objectively true. I don't know about that. I think Hashatan's ceiling is a lot higher than Ovia's. I think Ovia is like stupid, boring, busted shit. I also want to draw everyone's attention to like the specificity of creature or vehicle. This is more limiting than most people will give it credit for. Like Kona, I think Kona gets up to worst business because it's just any permanent. You can stick any type of fucked up advantage engine into Kona. It being limited to creatures, it's still like terminally Rizless. However, it is straight up limiting, and the colors that you have access to with Hashatan, if you were trying to build like actual shithead Hashaton behavior, you it's so much more evil. It's so much more evil. Although this guy is way cooler. Lemon Splah, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Welcome to the dog home. Okay. I haven't seen Makiru. I have not seen... What's the other? Zaxrung? Vaxrung. But we have Shade. We have 420 weed number. So we're going to get fucking started. For those of you that have not been to one of these before, the roasties send me in a deck list, a primer, and a power level. We do not accept 1 through 10. It's wrong and bad. I will kind of work with the WotC bracket system, but mostly we want a rating of silly to spooky to scary. This is a scale originally developed by my friend Danny Phantom EXE, and it is a measure of how ominous your deck's turns are to somebody that knows Magic the Gathering and is paying attention to what you're doing. The most important thing we judge you on is adherence to your power rating and your primer, which is a paragraph about how you think the deck plays or how you want it to play if it's a work in progress. If it's a work in progress, we will focus more on trying to improve the deck than just dragging you over the coals for what cards are already in the deck. But I will still be mean to you if your primer suggests that you have shitty dreams. So without further ado, we're going to open with Shade Jones's deck, which is listed as silly. 4 mana, 4 power, 4 toughness. This deck is basically Jin's Wet Dream. League of Legends mentioned. You fucking... okay. And it's the usual kind of mechanical shenanigans I build. Felt like I needed a redemption from the last one. So you looked in the mirror and said, ah, how do I redeem myself in Maldhound's eyes? I know... I will play Omnath Landfall. I will play Omnath Landfall with a fucking mana erection at 4 mana instead of something that actually works. I hate you. I hate you from the depths of my chest. I need to redeem myself. What if I could prove that not only mankind did not deserve Magic the Gathering, but mankind did not deserve numbers? Bodies for hire. I refuse to believe that any of these cards mean a goddamn thing. Okay, we give Trample and Haste. This is straight up just a guy. How is it? Wait, how is this $3? So it can double its power for 4 mana. Alright, that's the bit. My fault. My fault. My fault. I said 4 on it. That's my fucking bad. Okay, hold on. Hold on. 4 mana, 4/4. Makes 2 1/1s instead of 4 1/1s or 4 4/4s. Shitty deck. L. Jarther, thank you for the 95-bit cheer. Just noticed, but rule number 1 on the rules needs updated. Yeah. Well, yeah. At some point we'll do this. Okay. Myriad Construct. Kick it for 3. Failure. 3 mana ability that gives +2/+0. Failure. I hope your parents don't love you. I swear to God, this is so fucking... So it's just 4 mana 4/4s. Okay. And then 4 mana spells. Is this... So this is just like the only 4 mana spells we could find that interacted with things? I feel like that can't be true. Isn't like Decimate 4 mana? Draw. With a fucking Leet Speak. God. Okay, so any hand with 4 lands is keepable, right? Do we have... What's this Omnath even do? Draw a card on ETB whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control. Gain 4. Second time, add 4. Third time, deal 4 to everybody. Oh, okay, Decimate is in here. We do have Sky Shroud Claim. More 4 mana fucking 4/4s. This is so bad. And I'm so afraid that it's still gonna look playable. Because nobody does anything the first 3 turns of Commander. This is like the most indefensible, shitty deck I have ever seen, and it's probably gonna work fine because there's no Finn the Fangbearer player, and they're just gonna let you land pass for 3 turns and then start fucking, I don't know, 4-drop, 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 4-drop. Okay, so we have duplication. We have fucking Bramble Sovereign. This is actually becoming, okay, as my brain is now beginning to swallow whole all of the like terrible decisions we have made. I think this is actually a really good case study on why I don't like strict mathematical gimmicks, because this is funny. This is funny. Yeah, doing this for the bit is tremendously hilarious. What I don't like is I think we go from being like, holy shit, that's such a stupid bit, to, oh, the deck just doesn't work, somewhere around Thunderbreak Regent. I like that everything costs 4. I think you could actually build, so this is very similar to that one Planeswalker deck we looked at where they were like, oh, all of it's Prismatic Bridge, but it's fair because everything is just a creature that is a desparked Planeswalker, so they suck. And so it's like this funny bracket 1 deck. And then I was like, oh, this is great. Why does your mana base suck? And they were like, oh, I also did a bit where the lands had to tap for every color of mana or colorless. And I was like, oh, but that ruins the deck. That ruins the deck. Now it's just an art piece when it could be a playable art piece. And I think we've done the same thing with the 4 power 4 toughness restriction, where you have a fucking workable meme here. This is so stupid, but this commander is so good that you could probably like just pull through. Yeah, I value out 4-drops the whole goddamn time. And I do think like limiting we'll see how it works in the playtest. If it works in the playtest, I will retract this criticism. But as a person, I really don't like decks that are only funny, where I don't like decks where the only bit is explaining them. I like it when there's a bit when you explain them, and then it's like, oh shit, this actually plays Magic. Oh shit, oh fuck. Okay, so can we keep, this is a 1-land hand? No. Free mulligan, down. We have 3 lands in hand, but we have a fetch land and Conduit of Worlds. I do not think it gets better than that, so I'm going to keep this hand. I'm going to Mesa, or I guess I'd hold... Yeah, we can hold that for now. I will play Shock Land tapped. I will pass. I will play a basic land. I will pass. I will play a basic land. I will pass. I will play a basic land. I will play my commander. I draw a card. I discard a fetch land to hand size because I'm a fucking goober. I play Conduit of Worlds. I play the fetch land, so I gain 4 life. I fetch... Oh god, I don't remember the name of any of the fucking triomes for these colors. We should have the triomes though, right? We should have like Ketria triumph. Whatever, I'm getting a forest. Fuck you. It's too late. It's too late. Fuck you. So we floated now 4 mana. And we can... Why would we... What? We have... Fucking... Shades, we're replaying the fetch every turn. What do you mean, Vine Boom? Like, it's only in the bin because we can just play Conduit of Worlds and replay the fetch next fucking turn. Holy fucking shit. Okay. I hope you enjoyed your roast, Shades. Everybody boo this man. Talking about... I'm trying to be fucking generous with your joke-ass deck. Trying to be generous with the joke-ass fucking meme you made. Out here acting like this. Shut the fuck up and sit down. Your man... Guess what? Guess what, bitch? Your mana's fixed and nobody's interacting. You're a green player. I just said it now. It's retroactively true. Okay. I'm gonna use the floated mana for this, and I'm just gonna vomit fucking stuff onto the board. I don't know shit. I hold up Bolt Bend with this untapped mountain. We do this again. Now they're just all full. You know what? I fetch Flooded Grove with my fetch land. You bunch of fucking animals. So now we've floated 4 extra mana. Are any of these worth playing? No. Sulfina sucks. We can Swift Spiral Omnath. So we'll use 2 of the floated mana to do that. We will use like 2 more. Play the Wanderer because I'm a fucking hater. So we flicker this. We get to draw a card. See, Blessing of Frost would be good if any of our creatures weren't horrible. And I guess before end of turn, we'll try to lay this down just to have a creature. Next turn, fucking... I'll pay for Thunderbreak Regent with Thrawn, Dynamo, and a Plains. Because fuck you all. I will replay Arid Mesa, fetching Windswept Heath. I will float 4 additional mana. And then we have, let's see, 2 actual snow mana to spend. And so we get to draw 3. Then we have Harmonize, draw 3. Holy shit, this is bad. Holy shit, this is... Alright, it's turn 7. We have 2 5/5s and a 4/4. How do you fetch a fetch land with a fetch land? By believing in yourself. By believing in yourself. Okay, so let's see if there's any better hands. I mean, this shit just doesn't work on colors, and I don't think... Okay, Plea for Power. See, like, Plea for Power legitimately not bad. Well, legitimately playable. Alright, Conduit of Worlds mentioned. We have 2 forests. That's probably enough. We're going to go down to 6. We will keep this. We can dump one of the creatures because our creatures are all worth nothing. So now we skip 4 turns. After skipping 4 turns, we play this shit-ass man. We play this guy. We Sky Shroud claim. I'm going to fetch a forest and a mountain with the Sky Shroud claim, making sure I hover over it so my spite can really sink into the fucking VOD. And so we have 7 mana available. The Frontier Siege matters. God, all of these creatures are so bad. Fuck it, draw 3. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, Flooded Strand. I will fetch Myriad Landscape with Flooded Strand. So I'm floating 4 additional mana again. Our best out is this. If there's a black player, we can commit unholy violence against them. NGL first win was blocking a lethal swing to board wipe myself, then Reigns of Power for the crackback. So, see, that's clever, but that's like, yeah, it turns out, hey, guys, I don't know if you all know this, some 4-mana cards in Magic the Gathering are good. The deck, I'm not very confident about. Shades, I think that's you being a really good trickster god. I do think you've taken art and you've like Banksy'd it with the like 4 power 4 toughness restriction. If you wanted to keep it as on theme as you could maybe try to make it so that like one of the numbers is 4 but not both. I personally think just 4 mana is enough. I think you bringing a printout of your mana curve and showing this to people, that is a good enough bit that like, holy shit, make the deck work, please. Because we can, like, this can do something. There are plenty of 4 mana creatures that can like rip shit in this deck, and we have 0 of them because we went too deep in the sauce, which I love commitment to the bit, but at some point we take it from, this is a crazy funny bit to, oh, this deck straight up sucks. This deck straight up sucks. Like, what could let's look at the big beautiful world we could have. Mana value equal to 4. Holy shit, we could get the initiative. We could get the initiative. 4 mana 3/3. Oh yeah, Goreclaw. Yeah, Goreclaw would be an absolute motherfucker. Probably the only deck where Ovia isn't broken, because you have too much mana anyway. And the paper version runs 35 lands because the flood is real and painful. See, the thing is, like, I think paper version you can keep 40 lands and holy shit, just play a couple functional permanents instead of 4 mana 4/4s. And then you're like probably fine. Oh, here, like you could get a 4 mana 2/4. We could get a vanilla 2/4. That would be about on the level of what this deck is doing. But I think, like, here's a 4 mana creature, doubles as removal. I don't think you need to play 44 lands for the meme, Banano. No, Thirdrenna. Like, that is the mistake, is everything's 4 mana is already a meme. Everything is 4 mana is already a meme. And when we say, oh, they're also going to be 4 power, 4 toughness, we are tying ourselves down with additional memes because we do not trust in our own comedic abilities. Like, as soon as we go, like, that's honestly what it is. I think that if you go, oh, I have this one meme that my deck's going to be built around, and then you start going like, oh, well, how do I take the meme further and further and further? Just have a little bit more faith in yourself to be funny as a person, because that's what's going to carry it. Like, in a commander game, it also being a 4/4 is not going to make people like you any more than you just being a likable person while you only play 4 mana. Like, there are so many ways you can be like super affable and just be like, whatever should I do this turn? I don't know, tap 4, fuck you, and then just throw a random card out of your hand. Like, if you played face down, if you played with your cards face down and you were like, tap 4, and you flipped a random one, that's a good enough bit. Like, you don't have to, not every meme, the reason layers are good in some jokes is that not every fucking joke has to have layers. Sometimes the joke is just you yelling 4 and flipping something. And then it costs 4 mana. Look at that shit. Like, so much of this deck, so much of playing whatever meme deck you think is funny is about the delivery and not about how far up your own ass you can climb with the restriction. We want to get some level of restriction to get this shit happening, and that is enough. And the rest is down. The rest is down to the delivery. Oh yeah, you could get fucking... Oh my god. Hold the phone. Actual good creature alert. Actual playable creature alert. Yes, if you voice acted Jhin while you were playing the deck, that is a better bit than having everything before Power 4 Toughness. That is an infinitely better bit. If you have all of Jin's voice lines memorized and you have a good Jhin voice and you just do the 4 joke every time you cast anything, beautiful. Like, actually beautiful. Versus right now, we're like, turn 7, I play Varric's Bladewing, pass, please don't kill me. Please don't fucking kill me, guys. I'm so sorry. Right, but we could just have both. Like, and then at that point, Sakashima also opens us up to being a clones deck, which that's currently my when in doubt, slap a bunch of fucking clones into the deck. Because they just allow you to copy other things if you're playing a bunch of clones. Like, shit, you can probably do something with anger. Ansrag has to be able to do something, bro. Has to. Multiples of 4 even. We have Bramble Sovereign already, which I'm not huge on. Oh my god, a 4-mana creature that might allow us to actually block something. This adds up to 8, which is just 4 twice. We could do like enchantment bullshit. We could do artifact bullshit. That like the world is your oyster with this bit, and this version of the deck you just went, I don't like seafood. I don't like seafood, and we just made it, and we just added this like extra zip tie to the radiator that we didn't need. So that is my official recommendation, is this is funny. This is funny. Not with the current 99. The premise is funny. The execution is not funny because in both playtests, you're just like the skipping turns thing is bad enough. So I'm going to crack Windswept Heath for Terramorphic Expanse and then continue skipping my turns. And I'll play Omnath. And then I'll go Conduit and I'll do Windswept Heath and I'll crack it for Plains. And then I float a bunch of mana. And then I go like Thrun. Imagine if Thrun was a good card though. Like, imagine if Thrun didn't suck. Turn 5, life could begin. Turn 5, your life could begin, and people at the table could actually be laughing as you played Magic with them instead of you turning F&M into like PowerPoint night. So this is like, I'm going to call it chaotic, but I want you to understand that it is the inverse of chaotic. It is overtuned. It is overtuned soap opera. So I'm going to put it in chaotic because I think tuned is, there's too much of an implication that tuned is yes, good. And based on what you were saying in chat, you know what you've done. You know you've been a bad boy, and you know how good it could be, and I task you with making this deck what it deserves to be, which is, it's all 4 drops. Holy fuck, why are the 4 drops killing me? Because I like that bit. I like that bit. I hate Clay Golem. I love this bit. I fucking hate Moonveil Regent. I fucking hate Moonveil Regent. Oh yeah, we can go... Okay, hold on. You're over here. You've escaped. No, Elk, it's not, because they've also applied the secondary restriction that every creature has to be a 4/4. So currently the deck is unplayable garbage. Omnath, check my curve. Yeah, thank you, Elk. Thank you, Elk. It's awful. It's so funny. And then we tried to play test it, and it was like, all right, turn 9, I have 2 5/5s. Please don't hit me. Please don't fucking hit me. So yes, you can make this goofy and dumb and beautiful, and please do that. We also have a random smasher pass. Quick sliver. No. No. A million times no. I mean, I think I sympathize with the desire to add a bunch of meaningless restrictions on top of your deck in the vain hope that it makes it funnier, because I struggle with that with my own comedy a lot. When I'm trying to come up with jokes for commanders or like jokes for skits or something like that, it's really attractive to think, oh, the more layers I add to this, the funnier it is. When in reality, once you get one layer, you should just be focusing on delivery. Figure out one layer to your bit. Maybe 2, if the second layer is incredibly fucking good. But you want 1 layer bits that you are delivering very, very well. Instead of this like 7-layer dip where 6 of the layers are diarrhea creatures. And then Justin on YouTube asking if you are Wednesday or today. I don't see your... Because you're showing up with your legal name on YouTube. You are next Monday. I have found you. Yeah, like there's not enough 4/4s that also matter. Which is tough, but it is just the reality. No, this is not indestructible, Justin. Well, see, Elikman, that's the core of it. So I agree bits can go too deep, but I like being able to appreciate a joke that works on multiple levels if it's clever enough. I agree with that. The core point of contention here is we're not working on multiple levels. Adding the additional levels to the joke has prevented it from working, which is the only... If it worked, that's why I said we were going to hold the final decision for the playtest. If this even kind of worked at its all 4/4s, holy shit, amazing. Hall of Famer. Immediate Hall of Famer. But once we have this like second layer of the joke, the foundation is just not well built enough. We've got a like Tower of Pisa situation, except it falls all the way over. What if it was either 4-drops or 4/4 bodies, like have A or B, not just restrict yourself to both? No, I think this curve is too funny. I think this curve is too fucking funny. Hey Maul, played my Hogak deck that you roasted last week and went 3-0 at locals. Found a new GAC combo I forgot to include, and the additions helped me GAC on all three games. Good job, Sudsy. Sick fucking job. Zilla, yeah, we reviewed the first deck, which is the fucking Mana Monolith. The curve is just the Batman building. So I was also, I woke up earlier than normal today. I've been trying to fix my sleep hygiene, and I woke up early enough today that I was like, oh, oh, I'll be able to start stream early. We can start stream early. That'll be awesome. And then I had to spend like 45 minutes typing a fucking essay to my agents about why I was not willing to endorse a like dipshit supplement company, which is probably the closest I have come to beefing with my agents since because they were being reasonable, and then I got autistic about it was the thing that happened, because they brought this thing to me and they were like, hey, do you want to do this? And I was like, oh no, I don't think this is a particularly good product, so I don't feel comfortable endorsing it. And they were like, oh, could you give us more information on what makes you uncomfortable? And is there any information we could provide or that the brand could provide that would then make you comfortable? And that fucking set me off. And I spent like 50 minutes deep diving all the supplements information. And I was like, no, it's overpriced dog shit for A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z, all the way down to like theta. And they were like, oh, thank you. Because they obviously were not ready. They obviously were expecting me to say like something more surface level than like, no, actually, I used to be a very high level athlete. I've been an engineer. I know how to review like science data, and this thing sucks. And this thing sucks, period. No. I fuck with gamer subs. I think so. Gamer subs also said I can say whatever the fuck I want about them. Oh shit, what up, Jay Arlington? Thank you for the raid, my friend. Anybody from Jay Arlington's chat, please look at this fucking curve. Please, if you understand Magic the Gathering, please take a look at this mana curve and tell me what the hell you think is going on. Also, Mevo, thank you for the 300-bit cheer. Welcome back to the top of the dog pile, my friend. Jay, this is a deck where everything in it costs 4 mana. Its commander is Omnath, who is a 4 mana 4/4. When you play a land, you can gain 4 life. When you play a second land, they add 4 mana. When you play a third land, you deal 4 damage. Did they lose a bet? Only with their own mental health. And the fucked thing is, it's almost amazing. They have already left to go do a second draft. It is almost awesome. Because if they just did 4 mana spells, this could actually be kind of fucked up and evil. But instead, they did every creature also has to have 4 power, 4 toughness, and so it just sucks. It just raw sucks. Also, oh no, we have a fight. Islor, thank you for the 501-bit cheer. Welcome to the top of the dog pile. If not for Mevo cheering another 600 bits, Mevo, welcome to the top of the dog pile, my friend. Yeah, I mean the whole thing is a mess. I think there's a workable version of this that I'm hoping they're going to get to, but the premise of it was very funny, and then we play tested it and it was like, what if we pass 8 turns and then die? That would be crazy, huh? So anyway, this is a great time to continue the vamping we were doing, which is about turning down ad deals because you don't like the supplement companies. Gamer subs, who I do have a deal with, they have said, say whatever you like, which is why I have not said like, oh, this is the best stuff ever, because I haven't tried it yet. I have told people, if you already know that you like stuff like gamer subs, use my code. Otherwise, I'm going to try it, and then I'll tell you if it's any good or not. So stuff like that I'm fine with, and I'm not going to name drop the company that reached out to me, because I do think that's like, I don't know, that's bad praxis. So unnamed supplement company. Yes, Boof Gamer Subs. Sorry, official as a doctor. I'm not a doctor. Boof Gamer Subs. It's the only way to be healthy. Real name, I've not gotten my samples yet. I'm expecting them within like a day or two. Oh yeah, and like Magic Spoon, I like that. I was like, oh, this is expensive, but this is different from other cereal options. It's filling like a good niche, and if you can afford it, it's good. And if you can't afford it, here's my code to afford it. Do we have a date for the deck roast raffle yet? Let's pick one. So for those of you who don't know, this month we are going to be doing a free deck roast day, where even if you have not purchased one from Ko-Fi, you're going to have the opportunity to enter a Twitch. You're going to have the opportunity to enter a raffle in which we will pull names at random. And oh my fucking god, yeah, April 1st. That's a good bit. Yep, it's April 1st. It's April 1st. Done. Done and dusted. Thank you, Abhorrent Descendants. Get plagiarized on. That's when we're doing it. So mark that in your calendars. I will begin making announcements of it. I will begin making announcements about it in like the Discord and stuff. Is it subscriber only? No, Shredulex. The point of this, so the reason we're doing this is because the deck roasts are moving off of Patreon. They are moving to Ko-Fi commission only, and they are increasing in price. They are increasing in price because right now the demand is so high that it, like, from a business standpoint, it is ridiculous to hold the price down when they currently sell out in like under 2 minutes. So to balance that, we're going to have free roast day where we roast as many people as possible over the course of that stream. Elk, how dare you reveal my master plan? Get banned on. But as Elk was saying before I punished them, it is also to encourage lurking. Because me have Twitch viewers, me get better sponsorship. But also, I think stream good, and I hope you enjoy stream. And like, if you want a deck roast, it's probably because you enjoy my content anyway. So that part of it feels okay to me. So the way I'm gonna try to price it is, I want you to be able to buy multiple tickets. I want, if you have only watched for 1 day or for like 2 days, you can only buy 1 ticket. Like, I want the average stream's worth of channel points to get you 1 raffle ticket. And I want the people who have watched continuously to be able to buy between like 3 and 5. And then we probably cap it after that, so that if you're a lurker, you have roughly 3 to 5 times the opportunity to get in as someone who is brand new to the stream. But if you're new to the stream, you still have an opportunity. I don't think we need to do each ticket. I don't think we need to worry about scaling. Simply Ranchu. Now you do, baby. So actually, like, Twitch and YouTube, or streaming, has taken up a larger and larger amount of my time. And so I've kind of disappeared from a lot of my like shorts content, because shorts pay like basically nothing. Also, Shades, thank you for gifting 2 subs. Welcome to Dog Heaven, my friend. And Senior Spelunker, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse. Oh yeah, posture check, thank you. I don't think we need to worry about scaling, says the boss, whose current situation is all about scaling. Oh shit, SurveyMonkey is getting free advertising. Fuck them, they suck. So Doodles, what we're also gonna do is I'm gonna cap how many tickets can be bought in a given month, so that you don't so that we don't have people being like, I've saved up enough channel points, I buy 40% of the available raffle tickets. I do want it to be like, the most you can get in a given month is 5. And then I still want other people. I want there to be other channel points redeems. Survey my nuts, monkey man. Jomy Bug, thank you. We're going to mod you now. I don't know how quickly I can undo that, so I'm not even going to do that as a bit. And Dark, I miss him too. I have the next one written. The real issue with, not even the issue, but the like, doing all the live streaming does use up brain power, and so after doing like a really long live stream, it's just so difficult to think of word for Commander Roast other than fuck this guy, me hate him, he suck. Auric, awesome Austin, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. Yeah, so you can still work towards the third Twitchy role. Like, one thing that's been going on a lot is a lot of people... I also want to introduce more things that are like predictions or polls to give people more ways to sort of like spin up their points really quickly. Overthinker, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. All right, so you're an optimization engineer. Time to write an optimization function for your energy usage to get the roasts and streams and everything else. This is definitely how this works. And like the thing is, that's kind of what I've been doing, and it's what's led to me doing less of them. Big Boss Boomy, Mango gets 0 free mulligans. Mango actually starts... Mango's, who's my video editor, by the way, Mango has a starting hand size of 6, and every time they mulligan, it reduces their maximum hand size for the entire game by 2. 1k channel points on the next deck lacking draw. Yeah, so we can do stuff like that. We can do like, I read the primer, and then we do a prediction of what's going to be the worst part of this deck. And it could be card draw, it could be like ramp, it could be end game, etc., etc. The boss needs to run a roasting boot camp and employ the goons to roast on the boss's behalf. We be true gooning. I mean, shit. I think every other... they're certainly my peers and not my employees, but I think Elk, Salubrious, and Trinket Mage all do this as well now, because I've been screaming from the mountaintops how good it is to be like, hey man, make fun of people's decks, tinker with people's decks, it's good, people like it, it puts better decks into the world. So I just don't, they're just not a downline. How much for Maul to roast our fantasy football teams come September? I could do that. We could do that. I've played in 2 fantasy football leagues in my entire life, so I'm probably good at that. We could try... We could try to do predict the end spot on the Matrix by the end of it. Would you consider building some heinous deck as a bit? The deck you would hate to play against the most, or maybe an extremely niche thing like build a creature land deck with chat. We could, people have liked those for Brawl. I worry about like long-term engagement. Any special stream or vid related ideas for March Madness? None, 0, absolutely nothing. Most of the things. Okay, hold on. So Vaxrung, you're going to be up next. We do need to hit another manual ad break, so I'm going to hit that, and then while we do that, subs, we're going to talk whole, and by whole I mean the future of my channel, and then we'll get into Vaxrung's roast. Yeah, so and then to answer the YouTube questions, what if you're typically a VOD watcher and work has Twitch blacklisted but not YouTube? So for all of you fine folks on YouTube, I do not have a good answer yet, but I want to get one. If YouTube had some way of internally tracking watch time or something like that, then it would be different. I'm going to try to think of like we could do like random pick a numbers. I could just like choose a random chat name with my eyes closed. I could be like, okay, spam YouTube chat. I'm going to click on one of your names. Whoever I click on, that's whose deck gets roasted. And so we might be able to do something like that, because the people that watch on YouTube super fucking matter, very, very important. However, Twitch hates you with a deep, deep burning hatred. And so I can't like marry the Twitch raffle with anything that's happening on YouTube. But I do want YouTube to be able to participate, because YouTube is also highly, highly important. And even though I'm not legally allowed to have y'all's chat on screen, I still care about all of you very much. Dungeon Masters Consortium, thank you for the 100-bit cheer, my friend. Welcome to this week's Dogpile. The idea of you training your goons at a hardcore boot camp to be good at building decks is just funny to me. Troper and Helios and the gang just sweaty as hell going, yes, boss, we have a good curve, boss. Yes, boss. Twitch is more important because I'm here. So fucking true, Eris. Thank you. Oh, Caboose, that's a good point. Is that would it would be easy for people to brigade with double watching. But there's also a like in my experience, YouTube chat and Twitch chat are all like mostly pretty siloed, but if everyone who watched me was watching me on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time, I think that's like just better for me. So I'm not sure how much of a problem it is. I think it is a problem for the YouTube audience, because we want a way to like solely reward the YouTube audience. For YouTube, what we might have to do is like, the boot camp is like 99% just gooning Lathril. Dungeon Masters, it's not. We can give Zoria a chance, because gooning Lathril could be building decks that beat the fuck out of Lathril. That would be an accepted definition of gooning Lathril, is if all of the decks we built beat the shit. Yeah, you goon her with your brass knuckles and your counter spells. Yes, the boot camp is about gooning Lathril. Thank you, Zoria. And so I might be able to do like, because we've done the YouTube comments thing for Commander Roast for a while now. I might be able to do like, if you have commented on a previous live stream, or if you have, if you've interacted with previous live content, then your name will go into a hat. And that's like difficult to track. So I'm not 100% that we're going to do that. The more manual work we add to this, the more likely it is that I'm going to like just turbo fuck it up. And so I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to lean into that too heavily. Any suggestions for retro commanders 20 plus years old that are totally wrecked by modern cards? Michael, not really, because most really, really old legendaries just suck ass. They just suck like mega ass. Like if we go creature, I don't even know what sets are going to be old enough to cover it's 2005 and back, actually. That's not as bad as I thought. So who knows when this... I think this is roughly chronological. These are all just tokens. Okay, so we scroll up past the tokens. Big score, tokens. Okay. So there's... Oh god, there's welcome deck. Oh, this is starter. Okay, there's Spellbook. These are Judge promos. Ravnica was 2005. So it's Ravnica and below. God, these are all mini games. Oh, fuck. I have no idea how to... Hold on. Criterias. Maybe if there's a time. No. Oh, year before 2005. Okay, thank you. I don't think that... Oh, wait, there's no... Okay. There we go. Alright, so we could tap Cephalid to tap a permanent. That sucks pretty hard. Whenever this guy attacks, buff something, recur things from graveyard to hand. You could probably make a functional Jund deck with this, but it's not going to be cranked. Big Mommy with Vigilance. A 4 mana 3/2 that you can reanimate. Oh, I've seen people do Angus Mackenzie decks, but I've never seen an Angus Mackenzie deck that was actually like about Angus Mackenzie. All of these decks are just, haha, I'm a Bant combo list, and also sometimes I stop combat damage. Aren't I quirky? Oh, Zur the Enchanter is 2005. Oh, this one actually, Balthor can get fucked up. If you just do mono black self mill, then you mass reanimate. This guy's probably my favorite. DMC, thank you for the additional 100 bits. Akroma is a commander I currently run. She's fun. Aboshan is actually really underrated right now because he got errata to be an octopus, and his ability lets you tap octopi. Oh, okay. Yeah, that does mix it up a little bit. But I like this guy. If we're talking about old cards that can do gas that people aren't ready for, I would recommend Balthor. Oh, you could play Patrick from the SpongeBob Secret Lair. But yeah, most of these cards are holy shit, they're so bad. Why the fuck do we have just Chandler? Just a guy? Fucking huh? They did get the art right. This motherfucker looks like he is named Chandler, though. Don't knock Chandler. I would never fuck this man. I would never knock Chandler up. Okay. We've vamped enough. Let's move on to Vaxrung's deck, who I did see in chat. You know that moment when you buy... This is silly comma spooky, by the way. You know that moment when you buy a weapon and it comes with a child soldier? No. Or when the fighting begins, you call a friend to join the bloodbath. Okay, kind of. I've been to a fraternity party. Well, this deck tries to do just that by using equipment with Living Weapon or 4 Mirrodin, or any other equipment that makes tokens when they attack. To top it off, a couple of auras that stack with themselves to grow at exponential speed. If going wide with tokens is not working out, just transfer everything on the commander and remove a player with commander damage. Would love to have feedback to improve the early game. If I don't mulligan, be sure to have a body to equip enchant in the first turn. I fall behind pretty fast. Oh god, we're gonna look at... Okay, gang, buckle up. This is gonna be Baby's first aggro list. Baby's first aggro Voltron list. No, and it's with the cool commander. That's not good. Alright. First attempt at a deck that can go wide and can be Voltron at the same time. First fucking mistake. It's made with cards I had laying around. Second fucking mistake. So it's still work in progress. All feedback and suggestions are welcome. Alright, so for the first round, for the first draft of this deck, all we're gonna look at is, holy shit, did Vaxrung get any sick pulls? If we're doing it with what they had laying around. Alright, that's one sick pull. Not expensive, but good for the deck. Nice pull, bro. Oh shit, I also bought the Fallout set. Wait, yeah, hold on. What? Cards I had laying around? You lied, right? Hold on, you lied. Right? You lied. Say you lied. Please? Please say you lied. Yeah, oh, I please tell me you built the deck with proxies you had laying around. They might have just... There has to be some card in here that's just like crazy art printing. Oh, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Our islands are $1,400. We have $1,400 basic lands. Same goes for the... So whatever like art they picked for the basic lands, all of our lands cost nearly a band each. Real. Alright, real. Okay. So what other sick pulls did you get? Hey, that's a cool... This is a cool card. I like Duskmourn. Pet card. I agree with these. This is a good pet. Rottenmouth is a good boy. He did nothing wrong. Free my guy. Those kids deserve to get eaten. Okay, so we have Living Weapon. So what is... Whenever a modified creature attacks, double the number of each kind of counter on it. Then for each non-token permanent attached to it, make a token that's a copy of that permanent attached to that creature. So the first problem we have is... I don't think Living Weapon works as good as we want it to. 4 Mirrodin might work. Or I guess actually, no, this would work. Because you get the ETB, so you make the non-token thing attached to the first Living Weapon, but then you make a 0/0 and attach this to it on ETB. Okay, I'm going to assume that this works. This is still... not very... I still don't think this is very good, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you're not going to lose the Living Weapon tokens to state-based actions. Now, the problem that we have on top of that is now all of our Zanpakutos suck. So we have a +1/+1 Vigilance lifelink. Blade of Shared Souls. So we can this one's kind of clever. We can 4 Mirrodin and then copy other creatures we control. So if we had any other good creatures, this wouldn't be that bad. But Citizen's Crowbar is just like straight up awful. Stuff gets 1/1. Yeah, so there are a few that I could abide if it was like, this is Living Weapon and it's a really good equipment. Things are allowed to pull double duty if they're good at both jobs. If we do, this is pulling double duty, some of these say just like, oh, I put this in because it said token on it, and the equipment itself was really goddamn bad. Like fucking Drossclaw. We get to make a 1/1 that makes everybody lose 1 on attack in our fucking Voltron deck. We're trying to beat people to death with a 1/1 who drains 1. We got to take that shit up with people who go 0-3 at pre-release, not with the commander players. Then we have... Okay. This I kind of believe if we go wide with auras. This is another thing where I don't think we're gaining very much life when we go to combat. Equipped creature gets +X+X, where X is the amount of life you gained, and everything's going to be 0. I mean, we could maybe get stuff going with the food tokens if we want to, like, consistently tap out. Sure, so we gain 3. So we can give +3/+3. All right. See, Nettle Cyst, this one, see, this is one of the ones where this shit is awesome. This shit is crazy awesome because it's a really good equipment that will stack with itself and it will make you a new creature every single time. That's dope. That's tremendously dope. So we can keep the things that are like this. We can... Even Glimmer Lens, I would be inclined to keep just for the like pie in the sky dream of getting multiple copies of Glimmer Lens and then using that to make a card draw engine. Glyph Elemental, I almost believe in it. Not completely, just because I don't think you're actually going to get that many land drops, and so I think you're going to fall behind the power curve really, really quickly. Yeah, like Nazgul Battle Mace, this is super fucked up. Inquisitorial Rosette is like the most normal thing ever. Drossclaw's terrible, as we've already covered. Dowsing Dagger. Sure, pie in the sky. Maybe one day I could be a real green player type of ramp. Crowbar, I think is... Crowbar you could kind of... I think it's on the bubble, but you can keep it because you get to tell Steve, the artifact player, to go fuck himself. Blade of Shared Souls, I do not believe in unless we see a, like, crazy creature you can copy. Batterbones, Dogass. Assimilation Aegis is evil. Is evil. Oh, if copies can't flip, we cut this. Okay, then we cut this because they can't flip. But Assimilation Aegis is, yeah, this is fucked up and mean. Oh, I love a... See, like, this is fucking awesome. This is goddamn awesome. Okay. So the situation we're in right now is we have a decent number of artifacts that are absolutely dog shit insanity to be allowed to clone. And then we have a bunch of artifacts that are not... that we just found in an old pre-release pack. I think a lot of our auras are like this. This is fucking abominable. Good aura, but requiring another aura to already be attached in what is already one of the most, like, frail strategies possible. Cartouche, fine. Has ETB. Is going to give evasion. This is, like... This could get pretty crazy, but I like things like All Light Glitters more. And... really what I am worried about... Oh, we are multi-tagging. So let me go away from the multi-tags for a second. We've used up all of our gimmick slots just on all of the different artifacts or enchantments. And then we're still using gimmick slots with our creatures. When I talk about gimmick slots, you have 30 to 40 cards where you are allowed to choose what they are. In the average commander deck, if you're building a good commander deck, you have between 35 and 40 lands. You have between 30 and 40 cards that are dedicated to your gimmick. And then the remainder of your deck should be like unconditional, this card is good. Hopefully it is still related to your gimmick, but it has to be something that like draws you cards, makes you mana, your artifact ramp, your unconditional card draw spells, of which we have fucking not one, and then our interaction. So we've gone incredibly light on interaction, which if we look at the interaction slide, if you don't want to have a lot of interaction, you need to be a big fucking problem almost immediately. The premise of your deck is definitely over here, and so I'm going to need 20 copies of Infernal Grasp fucking stat. And so the direction... Like, you're playing Fashion Souls, if we're being totally real. If I'm being totally honest with you, this deck is playing Monster Hunter, and this is like... This is Olivia sending you out on a mission, and you're just walking around the fucking commander table going, holy shit, do I have this shit on? When what you should be doing is we want to pick a tight-knit group. Nope, not maybe the reality chip because it's decent. Stop. We cannot fall into the trap of this thing kind of works with the commander, therefore we put it in. What you need to do is you want to identify the 30 to 40 cards that are absolute fucking heat with the commander, put those in, and then you can begin debating what swaps to make. But the ways you get decks like this is we had a couple pretty good cards. Ocelot Pride is just like, holy fuck, that's a good card if I'm ever making tokens. There's Stoneforge Mystic. Holy fuck, that's a good card for Voltroning. And then we just kept going like, oh, this is also good and can be an aura. Oh, this is also good and can be equipped. Whereas we were not biased enough. We did not persecute people enough. So let's go through and figure out which ones are our absolute heat. I think first and foremost, you want to lean towards artifacts or lean towards auras. If you try to do like equal double dipping, you're going to be really, really disappointed. And one thing that concerns me about your curve is I know immediately that you have no top end. We have 2 6-drops in the entire deck. One of them is Rottenmouth Viper, who will kill people about as fast as Old Age. And the other is Ormos, who is only a defense against decking out, and as I guess like kind of a late game card draw engine, because you can discard 3, draw 5. But as far as like big explosive top end plays go, that's not going to cut it when the Mirim player is spending 12 mana to make 18 dragons that all want to eat Uranus. And so when you want to cut away like 20 cards in a deck, I do love Ormos Sucks and Ormos Deck Perfect being just the fucking 1-2 punch of my chat attempting to identify how good a commander card is. So when we need to do a lot of cuts like this, what we want to do is trim away everything that is a second order synergy. Because right now, this deck is lost in the sauce. I'm sure that it could work somewhat. I'm sure that sometimes it will work because some of these cards are good, but we're so lost in this like soup of okay-ish cards that there's probably plenty of times where it's very inconsistent, or it's too slow, or oh fuck, the Mirim player cast Cultivate and now they are just punching me in the head all game. And so what we're going to do is we want to cut everything that does not do something good just because we've played them in our commander. So Johnny's Chosen, I'm going to say probably cut. Some of these will come back in. Some of these will come back in as we identify what things are worth keeping around. But for the first round of it, we want to cut anything that just doesn't do any lifting by itself. Ormos is there only because I'm decking myself too often with Sage's Reverie. That is like... You just walked into the doctor's office and you were like, oh yeah, I only bring all these band-aids with me because all of my pores start bleeding randomly. That's normal, right? Hey, do you have any tape? My elbow bone keeps popping out of my fucking body. If you are getting to the point where Sage's Reverie can deck you, your deck is just not built to do any damage. If we're at the point where this is getting copied so much that it's decking you out and you still can't kill the table, something is deeply, deeply wrong. I do agree with the idea that we should, that it's a mistake to start with cutting creatures because we're already like really, really, really lacking in creatures. So Suds, thank you for that call out. Okay, so what artifacts are heat and worth keeping? Assassin's Gauntlet, Assimilation Agent. Assimilation Aegis, repeatable removal, repeatable card selection, and repeatable tap down to get our attacks in. Batterbone sucks. This is in here because it says living weapon on it, and presumably because it's a draft uncommon. Blade of Shared Souls, I'm going to say, is on the bubble. Citizen's Crowbar, I will only let it stay in here because it is non-creature permanent removal. Drossclaw sucks ass. Field Testing Frying Pan is crack smoking. If you want to keep it in here because it's a pet card, sure, but it's going to require you to be like dumping a lot of your mana to pump stuff without giving evasion, when we would rather just copy something like All That Glitters or Nettle Cyst, and barring those, we would rather have like good interaction or good protection rather than this thing of like, well, if I bake 18 pies and feed them to all of my 18 guys, it'll make 18 million damage. Glimmerlens I think is cute but can stay. Hammer of Nazan, indestructibility matters. I don't like Inquisitorial Rosette. I think it's worse evasion than Assassin's Gauntlet, and I think making that 2/2 is probably not good enough. Nazgul Battle Mace is fucked up and evil. I will let you keep that just out of spite. Nettle Cyst is fucking hot. Pip-Boy 3000's okay. This seems crazy for resilience. Dog. Dog. What the fuck are we talking about? Gets +X where X is forest, but oh, we make one. Okay, so we're cutting this too. You can keep that. This one's also okay. I don't like Auramancer's Guise. I would like it if we were all in on auras, but if we're half on auras and artifacts, like for the same reason I like Thrawn Power Suit, I don't like Auramancer's Guise, because this only matters once we have like 55 copies, 55 burgers, 55 french fries, 55 hammers in your chest, and until we have that, not great. Also why I don't like Daybreak Coronet, requires other things to go right before this starts going right. Cartouche I think is fine because it ETB replaces itself, gives some evasion. Mantle of the Ancients, you probably get to keep just to like recur all your bullshit if you get board wiped or something. The Nerd Rage ETB is probably worth it. I don't think Sage's Reverie is worth it. Because again, doesn't do a lot unless we're already doing shit. Sheltered Ghosts, I think you could keep. Shielded by Faith, I don't think indestructibility alone is enough. Our creatures are not good enough for indestructibility alone to be good enough. Willpower, are you playing the game where you say bad equipment we shouldn't put in the deck? That's kind of hot. Deal combat damage, draw a card. I don't mind that. Songbirds is pretty good, but it would be better if we had fewer auras that we really, really wanted. I don't think Shadow Spear is bad. I just don't think it's like the most applicable thing for this deck. Not up on Soul Link currently. I don't think this deck's problem is running out of life. I think this deck's problem is not dealing enough damage. Pairing it with win, deal combat damage, draw card. I like that. This is fucking... This is funny and evil. This is funny and evil. Okay. I understand more why you put all these cards in. You have a few things that are tremendously funny and tremendously evil. But we have a lot of things that are just all kind of meandering in the middle. And so I think if we're going to be really, really strict about the cuts we make, it's Batterbone, Shared Souls, Dross Claw, Inquisitorial Rosette, Staff of Titania, Auramancer's Guise, Daybreak Coronet, Sage's Reverie, Shielded by Faith, oh, these are all so fucked up and evil. These are all so fucked up and evil. So we have 9 cuts so far. I think of those 9 cuts, you probably don't even add any more enchantments or artifacts in, and we just pretend that they are like cards that are good. Like we could pretend that it was fucking Dark Confidant and the deck would be better. We could pretend that did we not even bring Swords to Plowshares? Yeah, we didn't. We fully believe that we're the only person at the table playing good cards. We could believe that they were Go for the Throat. We could believe that they were like Frantic Search. We could even believe that they were Night's Whisper, and I think it probably does better. So let's go to the playtest, and if we see any of the cards we hate, I'm going to pretend that they're what I said they were. So turn 1, we get the Ocelot Pride. Not nothing. Turn 2, we get the Dowsing Dagger. So we give somebody 2/0/2 plant tokens. We hit someone who's open. Turn 2, somebody's probably neglected to play a blocker. We get a 1/1 cat. Turn 3. Ugh, we can't afford Eidolon yet. What's the... Nope, not a token copy. What's your equipment side? +2 +0 in Vigilance, but we also don't have mana to spend that. So turn 3... If I'm being exceedingly generous, I will equip this to Ocelot Pride and pretend that you have an open swing. So we get to flip Lost Veil, which is pretty fucking good. And then main phase 2, we probably bestow Ocelot Pride. Make another 1/1 cat token. So now we can play Arna Kennerud. We play Arna. We swing Ocelot Pride, and what's going to end up happening is... Okay, so Halvar is going to end up pretty important. Because what's going to end up happening is we copy this when the modified creature attacks, but we don't have any counters. So now we have some like super fucking big cat. It's going to make at end step a token copy of this and a cat creature token. Oh, and a second cat, because it's going to make a 1/1. See, we have the city's blessing. Give us a token of all the tokens we made, which includes this fucked up self stacker and this big cat. And then next turn, how did I... Nope, we should have cut the creatures. I don't give a fuck what this man does. It says energy. He's bad. He's bad, and I hate him. I'm going to move chat down so we can see how bad and hateful he is. Will the commander specifies attached to that creature? So I'm gonna think it comes in bestowed. So turn 5 we do Halvar, and then we can equip the Eidolon to our commander, and then fucking all hell breaks loose. I think at this point, because at this point we just copy this thing and this thing. So we have 5 copies of this. We have 5 enchantments, which is going to give the enchanted creature plus 10. We have lethal. This is already lethal commander damage. So things that didn't matter. I think that this like 4 mana aura token maker, I think this is probably win more. I'm inclined to agree with what chat was saying earlier and with what you said in your primer, which is that like we have to be set up by the time Arna is coming down. Playing things that are going to begin setting up the board right before Arna comes down are not good enough. We have to have creature in play. Oh, Arna copies non-token. Okay, so we don't copy the Arna one, so we don't go immediately lethal. I play Arna. The bestows do not come in attached to anything. Why not? Oh, bestow only works on the stack. Okay. So we get these creatures, and then instead of having an impossibly big Ocelot Pride, we just have big Eidolons. I think that's still okay. We don't get lethal as quickly, but again, if we don't get interacted with, this is also fine. With how fast your board is building up, I am less and less on anything that is life gain. Like, I think in this particular hand, I'm also less on things like Nazgul Battle Mace unless we are free equipping. Having an equipment that we might want to play instead of our commander seems highly deleterious, and also Annihilator is the sleeper agent activation phrase to make everyone at the LGS hate you forever and want you dead. So I think like cards in this playtest we don't give a fuck about. Here is the list. Nazgul Battle Mace, too slow. Soul Link, we can just kill everybody else before we need to gain life. Razorfield Ripper, holy shit, energy's bad. Holy fuck. So if we go to the next playtest, okay, let's see if Nettlecyst is as good as I thought Nettlecyst is. So we fetch. I'm gonna assume, what is it? It's not Spara's Raffine's? No. What's the... Fuck you all, I fetch Command Tower. I'm different like that. And I play Pip-Boy. I Talisman. I Nettlecyst. So now I have a little germ. Where does boy at? All right. I have a little germ who's a 3/3. Now we have the fucking frying pan. So this enters tapped, which will say that we played a different land. This was in our hand. So if I was sequencing optimally, we would have this. And then we play Arna. We swing the germ. We make a token copy, which we attach to a new token germ. Now this guy is still 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is a 4/4 now, which I think probably has like some type of safe landing place every combat. I really don't want to play this fucking frying pan. I do want to play Nerd Rage though. Holy fuck. So goes up to a 5/5. We also equip the Pip-Boy. Now we move to combat, swing these modified creatures, so we get new Nettlecyst, new Nerd Rage, new Pip-Boy. The Pip-Boy is unattached. The new Nettlecyst is on a new Phyrexian Germ. The new Nerd Rage over here. We draw 4. Main phase 2. These guys are absolutely like fucked up honking big. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things. So these are all 8/8s. We don't have a maximum hand size, and we could untap 2 lands, and also I'm not fucking doing the frying pan, man. I'm not fucking doing the frying pan. Probably play Thrawn Power Suit and tell the table like, hey, I'm gonna swing out and kill you next turn. So Power Suit goes on. We now have 2 instances of +1/+1 for each artifact or an enchantment. Oh, but Thrawn cares about equipped, not just controls. Swing again. The guild authorizes us to bust. We draw 2. And now we have Ethereal Armor, which also goes crazy. Okay, so things I think didn't fucking matter. Armored Sky Hunter didn't matter, but easily could have if we did not top deck the right stuff. This didn't fucking matter. This also ended up not mattering, although it seems crazy to advise cutting it because holy fuck, making an army of Pegasi is really good. Then we had lands. This one also felt not good enough to play. Just because Esper landfall isn't really happening, and we don't have a high enough density of fetch lands or like replaying lands from the graveyard for this to be truly, truly insane. So I think you do want to double down on it. Either needs to do cumulative stacking, or it has to draw me cards on ETB, or it has to ramp me. And I think other than that, we probably don't keep it. In terms of because we don't want to think about decks just as, oh, is this a good card for the deck's theme? We have to think about decks in terms of, does this fit into my ideal turn 1 through 6? I think when you are doing goldfishing, if you try to goldfish past turn 6, you're mostly doing it just for clout, or I'm doing it so I can hit you with one of those. But I think like at low power tables specifically, you can get out through turns like 1 through 4 or turns 1 through 6, and you can kind of tell, did everything I do fit into what I wanted to do? Archon of Sun's Grace, good card that did not really fit into what we wanted to do. Glyph Elemental, way better in like Celesia or Bant, where we can really stack this up, because this just stacks up slower than All That Glitters or Ethereal Armor or Thrawn Power Suit every single time. Field Tested Frying Pan, this is just funny. This is just a funny card. I think you just opened a card that made you laugh and you were like, therefore, in the deck. So if you want to keep it for that reason, dopamine is important. It is not good. So I think those are the tenets of the cards you get to keep. Either they will stack up their own buff, they will draw you a card when it enters, or they will ramp you. And I think we replace everything else with like better interaction or better recursion or ways to move our shit around. Like noticeable misses we have. Sorry, we have to do this whole like transitional thing to make the YouTube VOD editing easy. This is going to be the fix you screen. We're now going to move to the free bottom surgery part of the stream and talk about what cards you are noticeably missing from your commander deck. One of the first ones is Ardenn. This allows us to move our auras around, not totally as we want, but we can pick a guy to just be insanely good. There's also things, let's see, we have Pure Steel Paladin. I believe somebody mentioned Bronze Squire. Let's see if that fits in. Ardenn is in there? Damn, I can't read. That's crazy. Mango, edit this out and then call everybody in chat crazy for saying that it isn't there. Thank you kindly. Motherfucker. Huh? I'm trying to look at Bronze Squire because people were... Oh, Brass Squire. Okay. This guy's probably okay for moving stuff around. It might not be the craziest thing ever, but there were a lot of times where we didn't want to spend mana for the equip cost because we would have wanted to be holding up interaction. I think if there's one thing this deck is missing, the type of interaction you want to be on is more stuff like Clever Concealment or Contractual Safeguard is pretty clever because you get these shield counters that we can double up on and then we just keep everything pseudo indestructible the whole time. But board wide protection is really important and we have almost none of it. We have we have 6 pieces of it, but that's probably not enough, and currently we're not holding up enough mana. Saying Codsworth, I don't like Forensic Gadgeteer. I think that fucks up the curve. Codsworth is okay. I'm not totally sold on him being like our best turn 3 play. Alright, so creatures I think are worth cutting. Doomlake Giant. Fuck this guy. I don't think you are... I think Doomlake Giant is incredible in the world where you vomit a shitload of enchantments in one turn, but I think at the point you're doing that, you should be killing everyone else by virtue of having like 50-50-50s. And because Arna is only copying non-token permanents, I don't actually think you're going to be dropping a crazy amount of just copies out of this. So we're going to cut Doomwake. I think we try cutting Archon of Sun's Grace, and I also think we try cutting Arcade Ganon and a Johnny's Chosen. I think these are like generically good cards that just don't fit into the curve out that we want to do. I mean, Ormos is also fucking ridiculous. Pearl Ear is great. Razorfield Ripper is just a bad card. And then the rest of these are fine. So I think we want to drop those creatures as well, but we care about Brass Squire. People in chat are mentioning Forge anew. Yeah, this is dope. Being able to move around some of the copies that we've made if we have particularly good triggers to have across multiple creatures. Do we have enough things to trigger Simulacrum Synthesizer? I'm worried. Right now, we're mostly on 2. Let's see about Kappa Cannoneer. Yeah, I think this is pretty fucking insane. I've played with a Kappa. Yeah, it is a fucking Blastoise, Rose. But I do feel pretty confident that the Arna deck is going to drop 1 artifact every turn, so it's always going to be unblockable. Yeah, I fuck with this guy. And then I think we got to go to the zoo just to look at what other reasonable protection spells are we going to find for Arna. Because that is what I think the deck really does not have enough on. You are very much on like 10-year-old who wants to buy 20 toy trains, even when your parents told you, hey, you only get 1 toy train. So let's look at what instant speed interaction you can put in to not get fucking killed. Dovin's Veto probably matters. Dawn's Truce definitely matters. I like Dispatch. I think somebody mentioned that in chat. This is a very cute piece of removal that probably goes honkers with what Arna's doing. Flawless Maneuver honks. Unbreakable Formation honks. I don't know if we have enough white creatures for Flare of Fortitude. And then there's the normal Voltron tutor package we could put in to make sure that we are like getting to a Nettlecyst as often as possible. Personally, I think the ceiling... Vaxrung is considering Urza? What the fuck? The whole time I was talking, were you just huffing paint? What do you mean you're considering Urza? For what? Sleep paralysis demon? I'm hearing calls of fumble for the meme. Let me see what fumble does. Honestly, stone cold playable. I don't want to sound crazy. Rawly hilarious and stone cold playable. Because what's going to happen is, right? What's going to happen is you can just play this as protection, and then your auras and equipment are still combat relevant. Yeah, this is a fucking combat trick. Like floor, I paid 1 extra for my bounce spell. Ceiling, oh, targeted removal on my guy that has 6 auras? Whatever, the 6 auras are just going on my commander. And then the Christmas land is we line up against another Voltron player and then steal all their shit. Yeah, this is goddamn amazing. Every single way. This is the type of double duty we want, because this is like triple duty. It is either basic interaction, or it is protection with upside, or it is stealing from a Voltron player who deserves to be stolen from. I love that. So yeah, I don't necessarily think you need more like on-brand cards, because right now you are suffering from overemphasizing your brand. Like you have too many things that are fine, and I want you to cut all the things that are fine that we already talked about and only keep the things that are good, and then protect and support the things that are good. And then you can add in like 1 or 2 absolute fucking heaters. I don't think we need to add removal. Based on the playtest, if we make this deck functional, the functional version of this deck just operates off of player removal. If we, like, the only reason to add a bunch of single target removal to the deck is if you're really mad at a person and you want to lock them in hell. Recommending Cardouche of Solidarity. This one's decent. I worry that it's not decent enough because it does not fall into the rules we set of, it is 1 mana though. It is 1 mana, but it doesn't fall into the rules of like stacks up itself, draws card, or ramps us. DMC, they already have Mantle of the Ancients. I do like Mithril Coat. We can use Mithril Coat instead of one of these other instants. Whichever of these protection spells you like the least, you can use Mithril Coat instead of. Yeah, this is also pretty it's really good evasion. If we were gonna do this, I would swap it for... Oh, but the Assassin Gauntlet is so fucking rude. Assassin Gauntlet is so goddamn rude. I would swap the Silver Shroud costume for something. Because it's really... Most of it is in the unblockability, but it's like half protection, half unblockability. The Mage Mark auras. That is not true. That is very not true. This is, again, the soup of things that are totally okay. This is the soup of things that are... We don't want... Anthems are not enough in Arna Kennerud. We want fucking... Give me Nettle Cyst. Give me stacking banners. Why not get River's Rebuke in here? I think we just kill somebody. I think instead of River's Rebuke, we just kill a man. I don't even like this as much because of the +0. A really important thing in decks like this that are trying to go moderately wide is you want to have advantageous attacks all of the time. You want to be able to swing with Reckless Abandon all the time, and I don't think +1/+0, even though it stacks itself up, it does not equate to Reckless Abandon. Giving +1/+0 equates to I'm going to wait until I have interaction. I'm going to wait until I have something that is unblockable. Cranial has instant speed attached, though, which is neat, which is, again, these are the jangling keys that all of you build bad decks because of. We look at interactions that are neat, and we're like, what if I gave up a fucking deck that could curve out well for this one interaction that's so fucking sick? And that is what this is. This, honestly, Cranial Plating to me, frying pan. That's all I see. Go look at the blue Mage Mark again. I've looked at the blue Mage Mark. I've seen what I need to see. I've seen what I need to see. No. You could maybe do it for like... I just don't think we're on enough enchantments. I just think we need to be on like turbo. I think we need to be on everything as an enchantment if we want that to be what we're doing. So we have free mulligan. We have no shitty little 1-drop. We go down to 6. We have no shitty little 1-drop. We go down to 5. We go down to 4. We concede the game and start from the beginning. New game. No lands. We free mulligan. Well, we have interaction and we have 2 of the best equipments in our deck. I'm just going to pray we get a creature. Fuck it. I use Bloodstained Mire to fetch Command Tower. We don't do anything with this. I'm going to pretend this is a fucking creature because we're cutting it anyway. And then we fucking just stick Sheltered by Ghosts on it, tell somebody to go fuck themselves, stick All That Glitters on it because I'm a greedy little shithead, miss our land drop, beat somebody to death with a big guy, miss our land drop, hope we beat somebody to death with a big guy. I just frankly don't believe in anything that says we're going to go wide and have enchantments on board and have artifacts on board, which is why I'm trying to set us to the rules of we either need to self-stack or draw a card or ramp us. And Alec, man, for your suggestion of the runes, like, I'm almost on them only because of the ETB draw card. But I don't know that they are... I don't know that they're better than a lot of the other things we have that... Like, if our deck could be 110 cards, 100 times yes. 100 times yes. But I think these are like cards 101 through 110 in terms of what we already want to do to curve out. Because, like, on turn 2, I would rather play Signet, or I would rather play Animist, or I would rather play any of the Talismans, or I would rather play... Well, would I rather play Thrawn Power Suit? Probably. Or I would rather play All That Glitters, or Cartouche of Knowledge, or Ethereal Armor, or Sheltered by Ghosts, or Staggering Insight, or Sleeper's Robe, or Dam, or SRAM, or Stoneforge Mystic, or Pure Steel Paladin, or an Ocelot Pride that I top decked. So it's not that they're bad, it's that on turn 2, I think that we have too many other things that we just want more. No, we're already cutting Archon of Sun's Grace. This is, again, like stuff that is suggestions that work great with the Enchantress only plan and do not do anything for the, like, we're kind of half in each thing. No, okay. Everyone, brain damage is occurring in chat right now. So Vax wrong. I'm gonna say this is greedy mechanic. Part of that is via necessity because you built it out of your collection. I think this worked out relatively playable for something that you built out of your collection, but I think it's desperately suffering from the vain belief that no one's ever gonna try and kill you. And I think we have too many things that are just and we need to be a lot pickier about what we're doing on turns 1 through 3. I think if you get a good turns 1 through 3 in this deck, you look fucking unstoppable, and if you get a bad turns 1 through 3, you just look like hot junk. Yeah, the last suggestion I'm going to entertain is this guy. You care way more, way more than any of these, like, second order, oh my god, I saw a sword get played and so I busted. Draw 10 cards and float 30 mana. More than that, the most important thing this deck can do is, do I have a fucking guy I can play turn 1 who I can then start taping swords to? So a thing like that is great. I'm not going to entertain any more suggestions because we have burned through a full hour just talking about bad equipment suggestions. We have spent too much time going through the fucking encyclopedia of every Voltron good stuff piece, and too many of them have been too wrong for me to spend any more time on it. So Vaxron, you do have your assignment on the thing you're missing is, what if somebody's mean to me? We have a lot of like, sure, artifacts and enchantments. We should cut those. Focus on stacks with itself, because those make big damage. ETB card draw. Ramps me. Those are okay. And then on the creature side, we really want to make sure that it is either a shitty little guy we're going to be able to attach these things to, or they have to be crazy fucking good. Like, this is goddamn ridiculous. Just have a counterspell instead. Or like a changeling outcast and then have an extra counterspell. Oh, true. Great Shuko suggestion. It's going to look like you're getting banned, though. It's going to look like you died and got banned, but great Shuko suggestion. All right, so we have to hit another manual ad break, and then we will be back with Ha 420 Weed Numbers deck. Alec, it's going to look like you're getting banned. Tara, this deck is like kind of half on each, which Arna can kind of get away with because they get to copy everything. I personally think it should be mostly on equipment, and then just have a couple of the like really good enchantments. Like Sheltered by Ghosts is an insane thing to copy because we just get to scoop up all of the good permanents on the board and get rid of them. But other than that, like, yeah, this is suffering from an issue of too many cards that are just fine and not enough cards that are great, and we have not thought enough about what do we want to stick on each turn. I mean, the half-year payoffs not ever paying off is not true because a lot of cards have come out that do care about both. Like Thrawn Power Suit, auras, and equipments. SRAM, auras, equipments, vehicles. All That Glitters, auras, and equipments. Like, there's plenty of things that do the 50-50 double dip just fine. But that's why we need to focus on only, if we're going to double dip, we want to only be on the double dippers, and we don't want to be on just like fucking Drossclaw, who just vaguely looks cool. All right, let's bring everyone back home from timeout. Yeah, but if you have 40 draws claws, that's true. Forget everything I said. Put Oher Tak in this deck and just tutor for Drossclaw. Vaxrung, if you're here, I was wrong. Non-bow yourself with a creature token tripler who won't triple Drossclaw but will triple the 0/0s that aren't going to work. Do the Ko-Fi row slots go on sale directly on the 1st when I got to prep my crisp 50? So, Zanubis, the Ko-Fi roasts are going to go on sale the first Saturday of the month, so that is going to be the 5th. They're going to be 5th at noon PST. And then, Ha 420 Weed Number, are you still around? And if you're around, Makiru Korataigo, are you also still around? I know you guys were here earlier. DMC, thank you for the 100 bits. Boss, what do you want for next month? 3Dog, Galaxy News, DJ, Karazakar, or ETB Anala? I want to see 3Dog. I feel like that could be neat. Ricky Bean, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. And for kicking off that hype train. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Yu-Gi-Oh! I have not. That guy RLO, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. All right, this is spooky, scary. Wrote it up on Moxfield, but in a nutshell, I want to wheel and swing with a big shark or his crew. Ooh. Oh, I wish this deck was good. I wish this deck was going to be good because he's so cool. But I've seen Into the Hearts of Men, and I know that this deck is going to suck ass. But 420 Weed Number, I salute you for trying. So we have Captain Howler, who has Ward 2, Pay 2, and whenever you discard one or more cards, you give a target creature +2/+0 until end of turn for each discarded card, and whenever that player deals combat damage to a player this turn, you draw one card. So immediately what people thought of is, what if I wield my hand to give something +14/+0 and then draw one card? What works really, really well with Captain Howler is discard outlets that let you discard things one at a time, because then you can stack this ability multiple times, which actually let you redraw your entire hand. Wheels, I think, just gives you like one extra card on top of the wheel, but you chunk for huge damage. So we have Extermination. Immediately you've misunderstood the assignment. Immediately we have misunderstood the assignment. Okay, maybe not. I like Chandra's Ignition. Channeled Force is clever. Psych Rift is blue. Fateful Showdown seems insane. There's no way we're drawing enough cards for this to be worth a goddamn. Sure. Is it Charm? Says, is it? We've misunderstood the core assignment. I'm okay with Prismari Command. Okay, so when I say you've misunderstood the assignment, you don't want to be board wiping. Despite how Captain Howler looks, you are not cool. You are not the big scary guy who's trying to make the board totally empty so that you can then do, big comic book arm swinging as you wheel and then punch for a billion. If you are playing Captain Howler, you are a fucking parasite. What you want to do is have instant speed wheels to turn your opponent's swings into accidental manslaughter. That is the only way you are getting anything done. I fought against this angle for a long time, and I have finally relented. If you board wipe, all that's going to happen is you're going to have a bunch of terrible fucking pirates staring at each other in a circle. Especially if we're on, oh dear lord, a sorcery speed wheel. You stupid motherfucker. They're all, okay, they're almost all sorceries. Yeah. So the coolest deck that's not going to work for a fucking second. This one is going to be hard to playtest, because when we go into the playtest, I'm telling you right now, it's going to look like it works, because we're going to be like, oh, maybe I'd have it swing turn 5. I've watched my friends play Captain Howler. No, the fuck you do not. More teeth, because we're pulling teeth when we discard. Profs is, okay, so Profs works with the way you've built the deck, but you have built it wrong and bad. So I don't think Profs gets to stay in the version of the deck we're going to end up with. Now, Teferis Sure, fuck yeah, it does. We also see Riel, who is single-handedly holding down every fucking Izzet deck that discards. I think this is just like Secret Commander at this point. Never let go. Yeah, Bag of Holding is clever. Shut the fuck up, man. Your cards are not that good. None of your cards are worth 6 mana, other than the Locust God, who's literally 6 mana. This is another reason why you play discard outlets instead of sorcery speed wheels, so that you can just keep the cards that are worth playing. Okay, on attack, we have a 2/2. No, man. No, man. He's gonna die. It's gonna be turn 3. It's gonna be turn 3. You're gonna swing this guy, discard 1 time, and then he's gonna get beaten to death by an elk. You're telling me you're gonna use this effect on turn 5? We're keeping him exclusively for the second. You like your cards too much. That's just a second version of you misunderstanding the assignment to hit the tower. If you want to play Izzet Wheels, you got to actually let go. You can't be on this like, what? Hold on. What if I played dog shit to get around the earlier dog shit that I did? 2 wrongs do not make a right, and 2 bad cards do not make a functional deck. Like the Bag of Holding, sure, because it's forever. The Conspiracy Theorist, I really don't think so. I really don't think any of the stuff that says like this turn is good for anything other than discarding for land drop, and I think Crucible of Worlds is more than good enough for that. So Containment Construct I'm putting on the same thing. Like I think, and one of the reasons I'm doing it is I cannot imagine a single turn 2 we want to take in this deck that isn't a fucking mana rock. Anything like anything we want to do on turn 2 in this deck as it stands is beaten by casting Arcane motherfucking Signet. Except for maybe Malcolm. This guy can stay. I think you probably like your cards too much. I think if we want to do a silly version of this, there are things we can do, but you almost certainly like your cards too much. Okay, each gaining flashback is something. Sword of Light and Shadow. Holy fuck, again. Like, yeah, we've spent a 1/10 of the deck picking out the teeth that we have shot into our own kneecap. We have spent fully a 10% of our deck trying to undo the sins of another 10% of our deck. Oh, and Theorist is non-land. Oh, yeah, I hate this guy, man. Put this guy on the History Channel, give him a fucking series about Egyptian aliens, and tell him to fuck off. Shark Fuel, this is not enough. Monument to Endurance is like crazy good card for this deck, but overall this is not enough. If you're all on Pirates, Malcolm is going to be good for you. But this is like too late. Like if you're getting to a 4-drop... Oh, holy shit, man. I missed... Underworld Breach, I replay. Honestly, fuck it. This deck gets it. This deck is so bad, I fully believe you're not doing anything fucked up with this. Underworld Breach, I replay Chasm Skulker, pass. We found it. This is not, we have not yet found a deck bad enough for fair Rhystic Study, but we have found fair Underworld Breach, and it is this fucking creation. Okay, here's all our crew. So this guy's going to grow, deal damage to everybody on discard, grow on draw, which we should theoretically have a ton of. Fuck this guy, fuck this guy. We have Planeswalker, creature, sorcery, instant, artifact, enchantment, land. I will tentatively allow Fear of Missing Out. I hate the fact that you have Planeswalkers, but okay. I think we can build a deck. I think we can build a deck where fear of missing out means something. Oh, okay. I put this in my version of the Howler deck. I no longer believe in it. Every time I've played it, he actually feels really bad. I was like, ooh, this will actually be really, really good for getting me evasive swings in. That's not true. It turns out having a ton of restrictions in place makes the card suck donkey ass. Ghost of Ramirez DiPietro is only appropriate in your Pirates of the Caribbean fanfic. Put this man on Wattpad, take him out of the deck. Yeah, fuck you, card's good. What I don't like immediately, anytime I see the Malcolm, anytime my Infinite Sense tingles and the rest of the deck sucks, I hate that. Because this is just, oh wow, this is a bad, silly pirate deck. Oops, I won. Oops, I win is my least favorite phenomenon in all of Commander. I think if you're gonna have combos like this, fucking, oh no, hold on, we'll wait. We'll wait. We'll wait. I'm going to scroll slowly to the next card. We're going to read it slowly. Whenever one or more pirates you control deals damage to your opponents, you create a treasure token for each opponent dealt damage. Whenever you discard a card, deal 1 damage to each opponent. Discard a card, draw a card. I'll read it through one more time slowly. Whenever one or more pirates you control deals damage to your opponents, make a treasure token for each opponent dealt damage. Whenever you discard a card, Glenhorn Buccaneer deals 1 damage to each opponent. For 2 mana, you can discard a card and draw a card. Wait, fuck, there it is! We got him! Where the fuck are you at, 420? Where the fuck are you at, Hot 420 weed number? So, technically, you'll probably run out of opponents before you kill the 3rd one, but you will likely have made so many excess treasures from the first 2 opponents that you kill them anyway. Bro literally did not know. Yeah, it's not infinite unless we have 2 or more opponents. When would that happen? Thank you, Rose. So yeah, I don't like this because if you ever resolve these 2 cards at the same time, you can potentially just have like, okay, turn 4, I kill minimum 2 people. Turn 4, I kill minimum 2 people. The last person has like 8 HP, etc., etc., etc. And so I would cut one of these. I think Malcolm probably gets cut before Glenhorn Buccaneer does, because this guy honks no matter what. You're like, this guy is just great in Howler all the time. But I don't like what Malcolm's doing to it. Evora is like a good target for the buffs and will grow. Just don't you know, Rose, if you state the obvious, we vine boom you. That's the rules. That's the rules. We vine boom you. Sure. 1 mana flyer. 1 mana flyer. Kiora, I legitimately don't believe in. You're too focused on the fact maybe I could create an 8/8. My brother in Christ, you're trying to make 14 power creatures. We don't give a fuck about the 8/8. Leave this in your internet search history. We do not need it right now. The flyer disturbs into an aura that gives flying. So I like Lantern Bearer on both ends of it. Ledger Shredder is just like, holy fuck, this guy's good. I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares a lot about your deck specifically, but like, holy fuck, this guy's good, and you can get upside on the connive. That's enough. We take that. I don't think you fucking want this. Again, I'm really not I'm not up on wheels because Howler, you have to play carefully. You don't actually get to do, like, normally the is it deck thing is you have to play carefully for a little while, and then you can stop playing carefully because you have your setup pieces and you just like make a million mana, draw a million cards, make a million bugs, and you kill everybody. But with Howler, you do want to be pretty careful. I like that you can activate this at instant speed, but this is introducing the problem that you then wasted a tenth of your deck on solving, which is, oh god, oh fuck, I keep discarding all my good cards. I don't really like this guy, but it's at least, like, we went over this in my original version of the deck. I think in this new version of the deck, he's like just good enough to keep, but only just. Same thing with Magus of the Wheel. Yes, good effect. Yes, we can activate it at instant speed. Holy fuck, please stop dropping your cards, bro. Just hold on to them. I don't like this guy because he doesn't have evasion, quite frankly. He's not sneaky. He's just loud. He's really cute, though. I think at, like, really low power, you can work with this guy, but he's going to take a while to get going. This card slaps. This card's good as shit. This is your actual commander. See, this one is just like, yes, we can run this because it flies. Wonder's fucked up. This is your other actual commander. And then, okay, I like the unblockability. I feel like we could do better with unblockability than a planeswalker, because what's going to happen is as soon as you swing out, everyone's just going to punch Kaito in the chest, versus if you had, like, we don't want Silver Shroud costume. I mean, fuck, even just like winged boots, even just like flying would be good. But I think we would rather have a source of evasion. Oh yeah, key to the city. Let's get into the business of fixing you, and first and foremost give you key to the city. This is just better than Kaito. It's going to be harder to remove. It's going to give you the same type of card selection. It just smacks. We can think about Aqueous Form, but more important than Aqueous Form, I want to go to the playtest and break down why I think this shit sucks. So we have Careful Study, which is completely fucking dead until we play our commander. Oh good, we have Past in Flames to get back all of the shitty things we wheel. We're going to Thrill of Possibility. Fuck this card. I'm going to Scalding Tarn. I play Crucible of Worlds. I'm going to fetch Otawara with Scalding Tarn. So now it's turn 4. We have Captain Howler. The way the deck is currently set up, because we have not set up a discard outlet, we do all of this, then we pass. We have not yet influenced the board state. We have never held up interaction. We have not caused any problems or set up anything particularly crazy. The craziest thing we have set up is, holy shit, I get to replay Scalding Tarn, which I will fetch Terramorphic Expanse with Scalding Tarn. Now, I can play FOMO, which will discard a card, then draw a card. I will discard the Siobhan Reef. Howler is going to get the +2/+0. We swing, and I'm just saying, my experience, we probably don't have a free swing. We can assume that we do for the purposes of this playtest, and we get to draw one additional card. Next turn, this card is good as fuck. This card's good as fuck, so we like it. We replay Scalding Tarn. I will use Scalding Tarn to fetch this island. And now we probably do like Monument to Endurance. We don't have any of our wheels. So we've tapped 3. I just ramp and hold up untimely malfunction. But this is really, really underwhelming because we don't have a way to discard on demand to trigger Howler. We don't really have a big wheel yet. Even though with this hand, we would fucking accept it because our hand's not very good. Next turn, there we go. Now we have a discard outlet. So we get this guy. We replay Scalding Tarn again. I fetch this legendary mountain, which is definitely a mountain. And now we swing this guy. Holy fuck, we're off to the races. I'm going to discard this land. I get to draw 2 because of Teferi's Ageless Insight. I give him +2/+0. I draw an extra card off a Monument to Endurance. I do it again. I discard this land. I get to draw 2 extra cards. This guy's a 6/4 now. I make a treasure token. I do it one more time. He's an 8/4. I've drawn a fuckload. If he connects, I get to draw like... Oh yeah, I get to draw another extra card from Monument because of Teferi's. If he connects, I draw like 8 more cards. We're happy as shit. What made this possible was not wheels. What made this possible was having a discard outlet and a way to break parity. Those are the setup pieces that matter. And what I want to put you on, and it's also turn 7, we have threatened nobody with lethal commander damage, and even in our hand, okay, we've gotten to the one piece of interaction we have for when the dinosaur player tries to kill us. So what I want to put you on is this world, where we may discard a card as a free action whenever the fuck we want. And rather than worrying about, okay, how do I make my creature a 16 whatever every single turn, you just got to play quietly, and anytime somebody else swings and you think it's going to get through, you activate this. Because you are a parasite. You are a red-blue player, okay? You are an infectious disease at the heart of the average LGS table. You are a leech. You are a bug. You are a gremlin, okay? If you want to rock with red-blue, you have to get down in the fucking muck. And so we want things like this. We want things like Ghostly Pilferer, which can do it ourselves. This card is just incredible gas all of the time. And then what we can also do is when we see our opponents get swings through, like if you have this setup and instead of FOMO we have a discard outlet, you can make other people accidentally kill each other. You can make other people accidentally murder each other. Versus, oh, Magus of the Wheel, who after this you wouldn't even want to wheel even though you have Riel, because you need to get Locust God out first, then you have to get Riel out, then you can wheel. All of your payoffs for the wheel strategy take like 18 steps and are highly interactable. Sticking like Commander and this one guy, and now everyone at the table just has dynamite in their hands. Easy. Easy. Duelist of the Mind would be great then. That is untrue. This is a not true statement that we've said in chat. This is a false statement that we have said. Because all of our cards are going to be drawn once combat is over. Duelist of the Mind is great for the sorcery speed wheel plan, which I do not trust in Howler. I used to think that was the way to go on Howler. Don't believe in it. He who tickles unseen, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Yeah, there is opposition. There is Mind Over Matter. When I had Mind Over Matter in my first version of the Howler deck, and it felt too expensive. Nah, I put Silent Hall Creeper in there and it was not impressive. Yeah, you could do trade routes. You might want to be, you would probably want to be on a higher overall land count. Then Crucible of Worlds would get to stay. But we want to cut like half of the shit here. We want to change all of these out for these purposeful discard outlets. We can keep like Talarian Winds because we can activate it at instant speed. Nissa, I already recommended cutting Cunning Infiltrator. I think if you want to give evasion, just play a creature that has evasion or play an equipment. Yeah, and then there's also Aquamoeba. Yeah, so this is the same type of shit where thoughts on Inti. Honestly, Inti is probably necessary to break 420 weed numbers obsession with being able to hold on to every card in their commander deck. Like, I think right now 420 weed number is one of those people that is like terrified of the discard step. They just hate having cards in their graveyard that they can't access. And Inti would be great for giving you impulse draw to force you to reckon with the fact that sometimes you just rip the card off the top and you don't play that shit. Sometimes you just don't play it. And it gives trample, which is amazing. For deep analysis and chart, of course. I think deep analysis is fine. I think for 4 mana, though, we'd rather... I don't like that deep analysis competes with Howler, but I do think chart, of course, is very, very good unconditional draw. So I think we keep this in for sure. And then, yeah, if we were going to have more unconditional draw, we just do Frantic Search instead, because this can come down before Howler and try to like get us that last land drop to get to Howler. We have Evora already. Conqueror Galleon's backside is good. That's not... See, we need to jingle keys that are going to trick 420 weed number into playing good, not suggest more cards that are going to allow them to play bad. This is like... This is, again, this is the Swiss Army knife, but you're bringing it into single combat with people who have Bowie knives. It's very, very mediocre at a huge number of different things, but because it's mediocre at all of them, it's just not worth it in any situation. Collector's Vault isn't bad. It is definitely like, this is downside protection, not upside. Having to spend 2 mana on the effect basically means that if you play this turn 2, turn 3, you don't get to do literally anything else. But if you have, it can save like a pretty bad hand. So I do think this is worth it. What about Spear of Leonidas? Its worst option is make a 3/2. Shadow Walker, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Welcome to this week's dog pile. Spear of Leonidas. This seems like the pick for a silly deck. The wind up on this card is fucking terrible. Because what I'm thinking is Best case scenario, this cannot be equipped until turn 5. There are Magic Christmas worlds where turn 5, this is totally fucking insane. So I'm debating in my head if that Christmas Dreamland is possible enough that we do it. Because what I'm thinking of is, okay, I've played Ghostly Pilferer on turn 2. On turn 4, I play Captain Howler. On turn 5, I play the Spear and I attach it to Ghostly Pilferer, dump my hand to make them unblockable, double strike, draw twice as many. Those are some shiny keys. That's some shiny keys that you're dingling in front of me. I think there is a version of the deck that this could go in. I think currently our creatures are not evasive enough on their own that I feel confident in it. But if we fuck this deck up with evasive creatures instead of all of this like wheeling and then pearl clutching about our own wheels. Don't hit me with the jingle jangle, Gilmain. Do not hit me with the jingle jangle. If we get enough little evasive guys though, that is awesome. About Evie Fry. Yeah, I think this one's probably usable for setting up unblockability on our end. And we have like so much room to make cuts because we can fucking get rid of Sword of Light and Shadow. We get rid of fucking Past in Flames. We get rid of Mystic Retrieval. We get rid of Containment Construct. We get rid of Conspiracy Theorist. We get rid of Codex Shredder. Oh, we get rid of Profs. We get rid of Reforge the Soul, Magus of the... We have so much room to work with. Not Improbable Alliance. It's just not good enough, Will. I tried it in my version of the Howler deck, and if you are... Let's pull it up just so that the class can see. You just don't draw... Oh, you thought it was one blue-red to draw discard. Yeah, that if this was way, way, way cheaper, yes, then we could do it. If the spell cost a third as much to activate the ability... About Refute. This is probably a good just like thematic piece of interaction to have. This should go in the... we put this in the interaction section just because it interacts and hey, it's cute. Oh, it is in there. Okay. Sorry, I was blinded by all the shiny, shiny, terrible cards. So we did catch Refute. And I really think that's... Why are Howler decks wheels? Wouldn't nickel and diming be better for more card draw rather than blowing your load and only drawing one? Most Howler decks are wheels because Captain Howler has activated the like haha number go up instinct in all of the green players who had never played Izzet before. Nickel and diming with deliberate discard outlets is infinitely better than doing wheels, but there's just so many people who are like, if I wheel, the power could be so big. And everybody lost their fucking mind. Caught. Got him. Fucking got him. Yeah, so doing what we suggested with like Air Amoeba and Aquamoeba, or even like, God, Eevee Fry, and you want to be a little leech benefiting off of the rest of the table beating each other to death is so preferable to wheels. Because another thing that happens as soon as you say you're on wheels, this is basically like saying that you're playing Infect. It doesn't kill as quickly as Infect, but what it says is, I'm going to do a lot of damage out of seemingly nowhere, and I can only point it at one person. So I'm not going to win the game when I pop off, but when I pop off, one of you is dead. Nothing motivates all three players to hate you out of a game faster than going, seemingly randomly, I'm going to kill one of you and then lose like a dickhead. It just makes everyone mad at you. And yeah, if you want to commit real crimes, like let's not fucking wheels or jokester crimes. Let's talk about actual criminal activity. Let's talk about the unblockable infect creature. Let's talk about it, okay? Do you want to be a bad guy? Or do you want to be a comic book villain? Make your goddamn choice. Thoughts on insight for this deck? Yes, this is a staple in every deck that could run blue. I expect all of my goons to be running 98 illegal copies. Still think you should add Library of Lang in case you end up in a situation where you have to discard something you don't want to. You can put it on top instead of binning it. The reason I am not suggesting Library of Lang is Library of Lang works much, much better for the wheels game plan, which I think is bad. Library of Lang only works for effects. It does not work for costs. And a lot of the things that work well with Howler, with the parasitic game plan, is to discard things as a cost. And because we are not discarding things as an effect, we're discarding as a cost, we don't get to put any of those things back on top of the library. So it does work with some parts of the deck. It would still work with like currency converter. It would still work with like Mazzolanti if we did that. It would still work with EV Fry. But so many of the best parts of our deck, it just flatly would not work with, that I think we are better off not wasting the card slot on it. Because so much of this deck is already like, what if I wasted half of my cards on this silly, goofy, funny thing because I wasn't ever willing to discard something? I don't understand what is parasitic about these play patterns. The fact that you're buffing other people's creatures when you see them get swings through, that may not drive with whatever your meta definition of parasitic is, but I think that's just a semantic argument at that point. Like, it's not as parasitic as some other game plans, but that aspect, like what we're trying to build for is Ghostly Pilferer, but not me make Ghostly Pilferer big. It is me use Ghostly Pilferer as discard outlet to make other people's thing big. I don't know if I like Muddle the Mixture. This is not a deck that I like tutors for, because you end up tutoring for Riel every time. Like me personally, I would almost cut Riel from this deck because it sucks to have a card in the 99 where if you could tutor for it, you just tutor for that one every fucking game. Oh, you couldn't tutor for Riel with this one because it's 2 mana only. So Muddle the Mixture might work then, because Muddle the Mixture, you have a bunch of other good targets. But in general, for other tutors, I would say if it can tutor Riel, don't play it. If it can tutor other things that are useful for you, yeah, Muddle the Mixture could be good. What about Dream Halls? Oh, this is goofy and bad. Oh, it's delicious. Oh no. Oh no, these are the cupcakes that are going to give me a heart attack. So rather than pay the mana cost for a spell, its controller may discard a card that shares a color with that spell. There is no easier way to allow yourself to be blown out by the combo player or killed by the stompy player than by putting this card in the deck. It's funny. It's funny, but if you do not play this and win immediately, you are passing to somebody else who is going to win immediately because of what you have handed them. You play this, you're like, ha ha, ho ho, I'm going to draw an extra card, and you're going to pass to Tommy, who's going to be like, all right, free Craterhoof. So this is for sure. If you want to lose with a smile on your face, put Dream Halls in. If you want to try to win, please, for the love of God, do not put Dream Halls in. Mystic Redaction. This is not good. Oh, and one I actually think is good. Okay, I thought you were calling Mystic Redaction good. You narrowly dodged a ban. Oh, irreverent. I almost put irrelevant gremlin. No. Unless every creature in the deck ends up being power 2 or less. Oh no, it's only once each turn. No, fuck this guy. This is that Tumblr meme that we put in the Patreon chat that was like, oh, if I was an evil overlord, I would never abuse my minions. Flash forward 5 years, and a highly kickable goblin is making squealing noises. This is the highly kickable goblin, and I am fucking chucking him. Okay, I see we've entered the draft chaff brain damage hours of this deck, so it is time to move on. We're going to put you on... Yeah, this is definitely greedy mechanic. It's not necessarily greedy on the curve, but it is incredibly greedy in the context of you're just so unwilling to ever let one of your cards just be in the graveyard that I think it's fucking up everything you're doing. All right, so we need to do one more manual ad break, and then we're moving on to Makiru's just straight up silly deck. So we'll be right back, everybody. I'm going to get some water. All right, children. Zenorum, thank you for the Prime sub for the second month in a row, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Maltown, I'm happy to inform the class that after my playgroup told me they hate playing against Grave Pact effects, I made a deck with all of them and went deep into my hater hark with it. Hope they like it. Justicar, please, please, God, look inside yourself for 1 second. Like, can we take this attitude to, like, anything else in the world? Like, if your friend was like, hey, we're having a barbecue, I really don't like chicken, and you were like, gotcha, bitch, I went to Costco and I bought every piece of poultry I could fucking find. Eat shit. That's what you get being my goddamn friend. How dare you be the best man at my wedding, you stupid idiot. You dumb motherfucker. You're lactose intolerant? I made the entire charcuterie board out of milk. That one's funny. The last one's funny. But the rest of that deck better be so goddamn good. Like, the funny version of that is when you beat your friend's ass with an archetype that they think sucks. When you beat your friend's ass with an archetype that they're like, oh, this shit is dog ass, these decks are terrible, ha ha ha. It's Marin Aristocrats combo. So the grave pacting is incidental to, oh my god, I hit a graveyard loop, I win. This is... I heard you don't like shit. What if I placed it directly in your mouth? I'm not even getting the Vine Boom. The Vine Boom is for things that are funny. This is sad. I need like In the Arms of the Angels to play when these people like bomb their own friend groups for no reason. Maltown, my brainworms have been telling me I want to build Nethroid, but those same brainworms are saying the only meaningful way to build him is self-mill combo. Can I be saved? Not really, because that is kind of the only meaningful way to build him. It depends on what you mean by combo, though. If you mean like, oh, I'm going to build a Nethroid combo that wins the game as soon as I play Nethroid, that sucks. If you mean I'm going to build a Nethroid deck where all I'm trying to do is self-mill a couple really fucking good creatures and then reanimate those guys, yeah, that's basically all Nethroid can do. I had a question. How many death triggers would you need to include Drivnod or Teysa? 20. Okay, Zenorum, I'm going to get on my little soapbox because of this. A lot of people ask me, which would I rather roast? And I'm going to be so for real with you, Zenorum, and so for real with anybody who has ever asked me. After about the third time that got asked, I pick randomly. I don't care, because I have that hate deep in my soul. Whatever part of your spirit you present to me through your commander deck, I'm going to say vile, vile things about you. I'm going to make fun of you for being a child who can't read, who can't count, who doesn't deserve joy in their life. But I don't care. You fine people have managed to fuck up everything I hold dear. Any deck, I thought, immune to the ravages of a bad mana curve, immune to the casualistic study, the oopsie-daisy infinite. It's all been ruined. There's nothing left for me. Nothing is sacred. Send whatever. You want my opinion on what specifically I want to roast? Flip a coin, much as I do in my brain when I am presented with one of these questions. So what'd you say, was flubs or... Flubs or Imidane? It's going to be Imidane, my guy. As someone with mental condition-related choice paralysis, I actually am totally fine with a random choice. I can provide that, for sure. I can provide random choices if you just don't want to make the choice yourself. I just want you to understand shit will be random. Are there any good mutate cards other than Nethroid? Yes, there's a lot of them are quite good, actually. And It's unfortunate that a lot of them are just really, really narrow. There's a very like specific thing you have to do with all of them. What are my top 5 favorite color combinations? Jund, Izzet, Jizzet, Izund, and Jet. Rant Redeem, Fuck, Marry, Kill, The Flash, The Punisher, and Green Arrow. I'm killing The Punisher. That dude is going to be a terrible conversationalist. Is there a female version? We're marrying Green Arrow, and we're fucking Flash. Because he will be quick. Okay, now we have Makiru Korataigo's deck. From a deck that destroys lands to one that exploits them. Wakanda has a monopoly on 2 things, vibranium and illegitimate noble children, but in their greed, will they unearth something that will bring the nation to ruin? Find out below on what I can only assume is a desperate attempt to cover the most boring Celesia deck in the world with a funny bit. I'm going to type a prediction into the chat. I want everyone to pay attention to the fact that we have 37 creatures in the list. The prediction is going to be how many heir apparents are in the deck. If it's more than 30, we're banning Makiru and we're moving on. You have 30 seconds. No. It's a prediction. It's a prediction. It's a prediction. You may spend your channel points. 11 to 20 is the current leader. Oh, 21 to 30 is taking over. Typing in chat is nothing. You either submit in the prediction, which is now over. 20 fucking 2. 20 fucking 2. Oh my. Right? Oh no, there could be other rabbits. 21. We have completed the prediction. They Yearn for the Mines is a great fucking tag, and also I Hate You. Yeah, I mean, this works. I don't know. This works for the same reason that shopping at Costco works. Yes, your entire curve is fuck you. Fuck you, I hate you. Oh. Oh, it works, but I know your house smells bad. I know your house smells like rabbit shit, bro. Recruiting tactics. I hate you. I hate you. For each heir apparent, get another heir apparent. Go home. Oh no, they're actually clever. Oh, they're actually a little bit clever. Okay, pack hunt, wild pair, security measures. Why are we playing the worst removal ever? Why are we playing Beast Within, Generous Gift, and then the worst goddamn exile I've seen in my life? Yeah, fuck you. Union Revolt works. Fuck you. Me when I one-sided board wipe. I hate you. Okay, we're proliferating on creature drop. We're putting a bunch of counters on. I hate you. I don't like you. Why do we even have this? Honestly, why do we even have cultivate? Why is the top of our curve get 2 basics? What the fuck, man? What are you expedition mapping for? This could be goddamn 18 plains, 18 forests, call it good. What the fuck do you mean expedition map, brother? Is it for Rogue's Passage? You're going... I hate you. 3 Tree City? It better not be. Your brain clocked in for 4 cards and then clocked the fuck out. I can't lobotomize them. They've beaten me to it, Helios. I mean, this has all the personality of a peanut butter and jelly sandwich without the crusts on. That's all I can give you. Like, yes, you've done it. You have in fact crammed 20 bunnies into one list. It probably works because you're in green white and you've got some guys. You are in green white and you've got some guys. Like, you want me to fucking clap? How about you show me some rabbits that can fucking fight? How about you show me some goddamn rabbits that aren't a bunch of dirtily bitches? And you show me some rabbits that took some lessons from Master Splinter instead of this goddamn ketchup and mustard sandwich. Give me a top. Let me out, bro. Show me that critter fight. Show me that critter smackdown. What the hell is this? This is some fucking broccoli ramp level bullshit. This is you. You've managed it. Hey, you have a fuckload of stuff on there. Good job. I'm proud of you. Is that what you needed to hear? Is that what you never heard from Dad? I'm proud of you, son. Fuck you. Shit ass rabbit deck. Oh my god. Okay. So let's talk about what I do like. Now that we've done the memes, let's talk about what I do like. I do like that you have forced your curve to be reasonable. We have forcibly made our curve work because we have a shitload of rabbits. Shockingly reasonable. Nope, never mind. We have like 15 cards that are shockingly reasonable and or clever. Raise the Pass, good. Return to the Ranks, good. I'm sure EDH Rec was working overtime when they gave you these. I like all 4 of these cards. I think they are goofy. I think they are dumb. Mist Breath Elder is frustratingly clever. I don't really like Argent Diaz. I think you should just kill people. I think instead you should just kill people. I think Innkeeper's talent is flatly fucking ridiculous. You would always rather just play more Heir Apparents. Like, you get into a situation where even moving the counters onto a creature are worth less than I just play an additional Heir Apparent and my Heir Apparents beat you to fucking death. So that's what I like. What I dislike is we have yet another deck that insists upon itself. We have another deck that you have very clearly better things we could be doing. Yeah, but that's boring. So my question is, why is making everybody watch you move counters around not boring? Like, that is where I am legitimately lost. This feels like a thing that is different just for the sake of being different, when the play pattern is still, I play as many heir apparents as possible, but now they don't do anything. If your play group feels differently, that is, you know, their opinion just matters more than mine, flatly. But this seems like the same thing every other heir apparent deck is doing, but then we've taken away the ability to climax. It's like the people who think sex is just always better if it's longer. Like, this deck is fucking chafing. This isn't a real deck, at least. Send in real decks! I don't want to be mad at fake decks. Like, this is just, like, there's a million things we could do where Black Panther Furry King totally works. As in, I don't own it like the first one. I mean, whatever. We could own this for like $20. We just proxy everything. It is good that you have not spent $500 bringing this into reality. It is, listen, it is, they mean they don't own it in paper, which, very good that you have not spent $120 motherfucking dollars on heir apparents. If you were to make this deck, I would proxy it, as I would proxy everything. But like, plenty of these are good. Hey, yes, this will draw you cards. Awesome. This will scry a ton. Awesome. This will draw you cards. But this deck to me speaks to a very common problem in Commander, which is when people go to low power, they think of, when you think of a satisfying game, we generally associate it with some kind of narrative arc where there's a build-up of pressure. There is a big climax where everybody like does their thing, and whoever does their thing the best gets to win, and then you all yuck it up after everyone has picked up all their cards and is beginning to shuffle up again. And a lot of deck builders think that they can squeeze more juice out of the climax part if they make it take longer, which is not true. You can make the build-up take longer. There are some decks that can actually create enjoyment out of a slower build-up, but this deck is not doing a slow build-up. Your build-up is actually really, really quick, but you've made the payoff so painfully slow that we have like, this is, oh, who's that one director? This is like the Snyder Cut. This is a Snyder Cut deck where we get to the climax really quickly. Like, you get to a board that could kill everybody with Beastmaster Ascension like 4 turns in. And so we actually get to the climax really quickly, and then you were like, but what if I just refused to bust? What if I just edged this whole table by showing off how fucking goofy Double Enchant is? Versus if we just like fucked this thing up with heir apparents, like, yeah, I'll keep this hand, fuck my commander. My commander can go fuck itself. I'm playing rabbits, dude. It's wabbit season. Oh wait, this first one doesn't, no, so we only get a token for the second one. Missed a land drop? Who cares? We'll get there eventually. Holy shit, we actually won't. It's wabbit season. More planes, Mentor the Meek, fuck them. Signet, Commander. This guy is only fucking here for the jokes. We put a land down, who even gives a fuck? I convoke Hour of Reckoning to no, I don't. That would be bad. I play loot? Who cares? I'm missing my land drops anyway. So it's like 10 turns. It's 10 turns in, and we have very little to show for it. Now, we did have a pretty bad land run out. So if we do some like realistic mulliganing. Okay, we have Soul Ring. Yeah. Draw. Soul Ring. Play this guy. We get counter on a land. And then we don't do anything. We play this guy. Move counters to Kami. fucking bounce Heir Apparent? I don't know, dude. Welcoming Vampire, Heir Apparent, draw cards. And now we're even on, like, just barely not enough Heir Apparents. That the Heir Apparent thing isn't working either. And so we just kind of have a, look at me pick this shit up and put it down. Look at me pick this shit up and put it down. Look at me move this counter around. We definitely, I mean, loot is just in here to have other things people want to hit in the head with hammers. Oh yeah, we drew a card from this guy moving around. And now we can I still do think the Mistbreath Elder is clever, because now we can replay the Heir Apparent, draw a card, gets us a new counter, and then move counters again, draw a card. Now we play a fucking Heir Apparent, and now we begin to fucking enter Wabbit season. Yes, now it's Wabbit season. And then everybody gets fucked up and dies. But because we were like, oh, that's boring, we only stayed boring and ineffective instead of at least boring and effective. Like, the peak is... So how do I insert like a pyramid? There's got to be just like a big triangle, right? Yeah, okay. Ah! There we go. Okay, so we want shape, and then we want pyramid, and then... Okay. So here's how everybody in Commander misunderstands Riz. They think that the peak, which this part is correct, is the deck works and the deck is interesting. But then we go down, we'll limit it to 3 tiers for the purposes of this analogy. Everybody fucking thinks that if my thing is woefully ineffective and is interesting to me, that is better than boring but works. This is incorrect. This is incorrect. If you have something that you think jingles keys in your mind but doesn't fucking work, it is worse than a deck that is boring but at least plays Commander. Because if you have a deck that at least plays Commander, it leaves space for you to be an interesting pilot. If you have an interaction that you think is cool, but the deck fucking sucks, you are living and dying on whether or not your friends also think whatever YouTube short you watched when you made the deck is also cool. Which is why we always look for, and this is what we saw in the Omnath deck, where we were like, oh my god, if you just did the 4 mana thing, you are effective and you are interesting. Not in the first 3 turns, but by turn 4, you're like, yeah, you're doing some stuff, and most games get out that far. The just Heir Apparent into bunnies kill you is boring, but it does stuff. This deck, you have a number of like one-off interesting interactions. Like, you're doing a very cute thing with building up the Kami to make it tap for more mana. This one interaction is effective and interesting. The interaction of Mistbreath Elder and Heir Apparent into Welcoming Vampire is effective and interesting. But we've tried to cram so many of these interesting interactions in at the cost of effectiveness that we don't have enough Heir Apparents to really keep the engine going, and we just have a deck that kind of PowerPoints its way through the Commander game before inevitably getting killed. Whereas if we at least had stuff like this, or stuff like Beastmaster Ascension, you know, if you have this board and a Beastmaster Ascension, you go like turn 7, I play Beastmaster Ascension, and now everything on my board is a 6/6 or a 7/7. We're just immediately back to effective. So I would really recommend cutting at least some of the cute stuff and either going up on heir apparents. Like, we have this landfall shit in here for straight up no reason. Child rabbit workforce, that's funny. Cultivate, doo-doo ass. Doo-doo ass. Maybe if you want to save some hands that just don't work, you can bushwhack them. This is at least kind of creature removal and can fix your colors because you do need green and white. But these other 7 cards are just like, I don't know, fuck, I said lands at some point in the primer, I gotta play it. I gotta play it. Switch GM, Cultivate's just not particularly good in this deck, because in this deck it is good enough to just fucking land drop bunny. Land drop bunny. We don't need to live in a world where we're playing like 4 heir apparents a turn. We just need to live in a world where we play 1 heir apparent a turn and then eventually play Beastmaster's Ascension or Moonshaker Cavalry. So that is why. If we want to be... Yeah, Ontario, they don't have Overrun because the argument was that Overrun is boring, which is why we launched into this whole pyramid of like, we are languishing down here. We're trying to carry the entirety of this deck off of, oh, doubling Chant is a funny card. Instead of at least getting something that will like play real commander. Play real commander, then you can be a funny pilot. A deck doesn't have to be interesting to be a good time. If you are a funny pilot, if you are an affable person, you can make an uninteresting list still be a good play experience, even if people aren't like, holy fuck, oh my god, how did you come up with that? Just so fucking cool. Since the commander puts counters on lands, the win con was supposed to be man lands. Sentences that should get you locked up for $500, Alex. I mean, that is like that's a thing. That's one of those one-off interactions where not every one-off interaction deserves to have a deck built around it. Like, we don't need to... Because the man lands are just like... Like, you can have them in there, but if you're going like, oh... How do I word this? Because there is space. Like, bracket 1 is specifically for my win cons kind of suck. And so we can have, like... Let's pretend these are in Celesia colors. What is the Selesian one? Or what's maybe, like, the best one? Okay, let's say Lair of the Hydra. Because then we can at least... Then we can at least spend mana to pump it on top of how many counters are on it. If we do that, this still boils down to I put a lot of 1/1 counters onto one big creature, and then I bet the game on that one big creature. That's really tough to make interesting. Right? That's really tough to turn into a solid premise, even if your premise is like, me make thing... Okay, so you want to do infect. So your premise was this is a more interesting way to do infect. I mean, we can do that. What the fuck are the bunnies doing here? Because this is also one of the... I don't understand how the memes kiss between make lot of triggers to trigger commander. Okay. I think this is a terrible dream. I think this is a terrible bad dream. But if that's what we want to do, if you want to win off of Inkmoth Nexus, this thing needs to be fucked up with land tutors. It also needs to be fucked up with card draw. Like, we're doubling down on the Heir Apparent stuff when we should be doubling down on the Inkmoth Nexus stuff. Because if you want to play Infect, yeah, like, plenty of tables are like, oh yeah, Infect's fucking evil, and you might get people to chuckle about that as you kill them with a butterfly. But we're committing so much of the space in the rest of the deck to doubling down on what our bunnies are doing, when I feel like then we should be doubling down on what Inkmoth Nexus is doing, because we're not doubling down on the bunnies in a way that wins the game. If you were like, bunnies are the pressure release valve, bunnies are the backup that are going to let me win the game if I just cannot find this fucking land, different story. Right now it's like, I try to crush the table with the weight of bunny tokens that I've put down, but they can't kill you? Like, we have two game plans that only barely talk to each other. Black Panther has brought the Heir Apparent plan to the table with the Inkmoth Nexus plan in a way that is not, like, strictly impossible. If you drop a ton of bunnies in one turn, Inkmoth Nexus goes from non-lethal to lethal instantly. So, okay. But now we have the pieces of that are, I have to get Black Panther, I have to hold a bunch of bunnies in hand, not even get them on field, I have to hold them in hand, I have to get Inkmoth Nexus to field, and then I have to play a bunch of bunnies, and then I have to protect Inkmoth Nexus. That is the type of premise that is so fragile that I do not believe it is worth doing. But if you want to do it just because you want to be able to say that you killed Clark with Inkmoth Nexus, the way you do that is going to be your crop rotations of the world. Oh, I put a useless plural on there. We got to be all in on this. We got to get Knight of the Reliquary, I believe. Does he hit? Yep. Knight of the Reliquary does exactly what you want to do. You want to search, library, land. We want to exclude basic. So I don't know how to exclude basic land searching. It's going to be hard for you to collect the evidence. You want like Archdruid's Charm. Where's another one of these assholes? -O basic. Thank you. -O basic. Okay. That's caves. Yeah. Elvish Reclaimer. Now the expedition map makes more sense. Sylvan Scrying. Yes, we could play Primetime. We could play fair Primetime at long last. God, you could even do Kura. This would be terrible, but you could play Omen Path Journey. You could do Pier's Whim. Like if you want to do dumb silly jank, we have to like triple all the way down onto the jank to make it work. You could even fucking scape shift for 1. But that's probably how this deck needs to run, and then every other creature is like Heir Apparent or card advantage. Sylvan Scrying, Tempt with Discovery, Urza's Cave. Like this is the shit. This is like 10 to 15 things that we could be on that would make the my bunny workers develop Anthrax. And then everything else, I mean, fuck combat damage, right? Fuck Kutzil. Fuck Season of Growth. Rite of Harmony, whatever, for an explosive turn later. And then you just have, like, Caretaker's Talent. I think you do probably still need the protection because you need to protect this land once you animate it. But all these other daycare managers just become so much like, okay, whatever, who cares? Whatever, who cares? Get me my fucking Blinkmoth Nexus. Nah, we don't need Cryptolith Right, because again, we don't really have good outlets for having a ton of mana. Even the expensive things, these are only being considered because they can get the specific land we need. So that's how I would do it, because then you're doubling down on like you have a plan that can conceivably win a game of Magic the Gathering. Whereas right now, this deck is on Bunnies Hangout. And if you want to get to like Bunnies do something evil, people might like, this is where the funny being in the eye of the beholder comes into play. Because some people will be like, oh, whatever, I hate Infect is boring. Some people will be like, holy shit, it's an Infect game plan via a bunch of stupid ass bunnies based. And you can't control anyone's reaction. All you can control is, are you actually participating in the Magic the Gathering game? Yeah, please don't do that, Makiro. Please send real deck. Like, we have so many people who want to... And the thing is, dumb decks are not better content. Like, the thing that people have... the most common response I get to the deck roasting streams and the deck roasting videos are when it is the intersection of Magic Man say funny word and also... Magic Man say something that helped me build my own deck. No, Alec. No. Anybody who gets ahead of the bit, I'm banning you. Anybody who gets ahead of the fucking bit, I'm banning you. And so if you do, if we do like, this deck is bad because it'll be good content, very little of my content is like actually just wojacking. I am very, very closely related to like just React YouTubing, but very little of my content is actually based around me going. And so it is both needless and I think like wastes your money if it's a deck that we don't have an intention to play. Now, it's totally fine to be like, work in progress. I don't think this works. I don't think this is interesting. Please, God, how do I make this interesting? But if it's just like chumming the waters for me to like crash out about, at that point, let's just, I mean, I don't know. We all have the power to masturbate on our own time. We don't need to do it while we're live on stream. I understand the impulse. Yeah, oh yeah, hey, joke decks, do that on free days. Because we're going to have free days, and if we want to send in, like, stupid memes for everybody to just, like, yell about how dumb they are, That's great fodder for free deck reverse. And I do appreciate, I will talk about the part of this I do appreciate very deeply. I do appreciate the urge to be like, I want to support this creator. I'm going to try to give them what I think is good fertilizer at the same time I'm paying them money. That's extremely kind of you. I see that. I appreciate you for that. So do not necessarily take this as like a hard admonishment. It's just, it is unnecessary, and there's a lot of... Oh, okay. So it is a unique premise that we do still want to work, and this time the premise just like sucks donkey balls. Yeah. We can work with that. And that, I think, if you want the premise to be how heir apparent but also infect, this is how. We don't fuck it up with like this milquetoast heir apparent thing. We fuck it up with Urza's Cave. And it just has to be, every playtest has to be, how many turns does it take me to play Inkmoth Nexus? Because we can get to that. We can get to that relatively reasonably. Three Tree City's fucking classic Kindred Trap. Classic Kindred Trap. And then I think loot actually kind of fucks you because it can mistakenly put... Because it can put Inkmoth on bottom. So yeah, fuck these guys. Fuck these up with diabolical land tutors and just speed run. How do I get Inkmoth Nexus to field? And then other things I think would be good. Feed all your bunnies to the earth. Feed all the token bunnies to the earth. Koosh, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Here, have some money, but yeah, as a viewer, I'm down to watch novices get improvement and mauled humor, but let's not flood the queue with intentional dog shit. Exactly. And it sounds like Makiru is on the game plan for that, but misspoke. No Ranchul. So yeah, if we want to be mostly on heir apparents, we can still do that. If you don't want to break from the bunny game plan ever, Michaeloth is fine. Ooh, I do like Jacked Rabbit. I do kind of fuck with Jacked Rabbit just because our top end is like missing. We have like nothing to cast after we hit our second land drop. So this could give you a thing to cast after the second land drop that gives you another way to fart out a ton of bunnies and does stay totally on the bunny plan. There's a non-hair version of the deck as well. Yeah, I probably believe in the non-hair apparent version more. But this does need a lot of support. No, Kush, I think the salad can touch the peanut butter. I don't think the salad can touch the peanut butter. Yeah, we're hating a little too... I think this is a capital R rough draft. But I can at least see this is a very reliable way to make tons of creatures. And so I can see how these 2 points connects. I think in every single decision we make in connecting those 2 spots was wrong, but we can correct that. Oh yeah, you can Omen Path Journey for 1. Oh yeah, no, it deserves all the hate we gave it. I just do think it can exist. I think it's possible for it to exist. Oh yeah, we could Sowing Mycospawn. Perfect. And then you can remove other people's lands to be a true hater. Valkyr, this is a heir apparent into Inkmoth Nexus deck. I think the worst part about the heir apparents deck is that it is so much better to do overrun that it starts to feel condescending. I think that is the thing you need to be the most careful about. Uh, Suds, yes, as long as you understand that I am not as in tune with that side of the community, so I'm not going to be as effective at judging what will work or not work. But anyway, I think rather than it not being possible, I think what's going to kill the heir apparent version of this deck is the people who are watching you play it might go like, oh, you're doing so much work to look for this Inkmoth Nexus when Craterhoof Behemoth could have killed us 5 turns ago. And that's always a dangerous spot to be in. You never want people to feel like you've pulled your punches. You never want them to feel like you've pulled your punches so hard that you're wasting their time. No, I'm still good on high power. I just mean that, like, super intricate combo lines typically, it also depends on what you think a complex combo is, because when I think of complex combo, I normally think of like jank. If you just mean like CEDH combos, I'm actively learning those, and so I can learn it. Yeah, creature swarms are so much better overrunning that anything else kind of falls flat. Like, what you could do is maybe a version of this that might work. Maybe a version of this that might work better is if you actually did ramp hard and then you had like big X spell creature makers, and it was like I ramp and I try to cast spells to find Inkmoth, and then I try to make 10 creatures in 1 turn. Right? Like, we could do that. We could do, you know, hey, I'm on Celesia. I can get lands easy as breathing. I put a bunch of lands to field. I tap them to make 9 1/1s. And oh, look, Inkmoth Nexus just so happens to now be lethal. Like, I think maybe you could do that and it would be more explosive. And as long as you told people ahead of time that was the game plan, it could be maybe funnier. Whereas right now it definitely feels like, hey, why do you not just have 10 more heir apparents and a fucking Craterhoof, brother? So I think for this deck, I'm going to call this chaotic. I think chaotic soap opera. We had one specific mechanic we really cared about, and then we got kind of lost in the rabbity sauce, and now everything just smells bad. 2 for 2! No! Alright. That's going to be it for today's stream. We're going to find somebody to raid. Let me catch up on these follows. Twisted13, Poker Dad, Brobud, Flabenzo, Shippendale, He Who Tickles Unseen, the Tar Rat, and Ellis Skelly. As well as that guy RLO, Duh Support, Bananja, Femboy Mafia, Jesus, Simon and Maddie Badge. Thank you for the Twitch follows, my friends. Welcome to the Doghouse. And Time TV V. Thank you for the 2nd month in a row with that Prime sub. Welcome back to the dog home. We're going to find a friend to raid. We'll be live again tomorrow at 6 p.m. That will be World of Warcraft time with MTG Nerd Girl, which is also your time to submit custom commander cards. Speak of the devil, Nerd Girl is streaming, so we're going to go raid her. The raid command is going to be the indestructible Justin spam again. Everybody be nice. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for watching. I hope you have had a good start to your week. And please remember to stay toxic. Remember, Free Roast Day. Free Roast Day is happening on April 1st, because that's fucking funny. And roast go on sale on Ko-Fi on the 5th next month. Goodbye, everyone. YouTube.